Hey, good morning, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here. It is around Tuesday, about 9:30, and hope everyone had a good night's rest after a long night of severe weather last night. But that same system that was over Texas yesterday is now going to be shifting into portions of Louisiana and the Mississippi Valley, and eventually heading towards the Alabama area. So we've got another pretty significant severe weather outbreak today, as things look to be just as maybe nasty as yesterday. There were at kind of a preliminary count, there were 22 tornadoes yesterday in Texas and parts of Oklahoma. And of course, that's very preliminary. The National Weather Service is still assessing a lot of damage. Obviously, it was a very busy night, so it'll be probably up to a week or so before they really get the final total and exactly what all happened last night. But yeah, at one point, I think we tracked 7 tornadoes on the ground at the exact same time. So it was obviously a very busy night. But that unfortunately just continues as we push into portions of Louisiana and the Mississippi Valley. So today, we have another moderate risk. So this is kind of a back-to-back days, guys, back-to-back moderate risk days. So your kind of your favorite area of seeing the most impactful weather is in this red shaded zone, which encompasses anywhere from Lake Charles to Baton Rouge, going into portions of Hattiesburg, into Jackson, up here into Meridian, up all the way up into Starkville. These are the kind of the most favored areas of seeing the most impactful weather today of strong tornadoes. And then we have another enhanced risk that encompasses another huge swath, essentially from New Orleans all the way to Baton Rouge. And, encompasses all the way to Tupelo, Mississippi, all the way into portions of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So there's a huge risk for severe weather. So let's fine tune this to the tornado parameters today, and where you could possibly see some of the most significant tornadoes is kind of right along within that hatched risk, within that red shaded area. That is the area that is going to get, the atmosphere is capable again of producing some of those EF2 type tornadoes. We probably saw some of those yesterday. There was a lot of damage reports in and around the Jacksboro area. One preliminary track was on that, at least that rotation was in that, on the ground or in that same vicinity for about 100 miles long. So it's hard to say exactly if that was the same exact circulation that was on the ground for that long, but that there was definitely some longer track type tornadoes yesterday. And then, it definitely appears today that we have a lot of the similar setups of the makings that we were experiencing yesterday. And if we could, unfortunately, it could be a little bit worse if a lot of the conditions come together, because the dew points are going to be a little bit higher. They're going to be in the low 70 range versus the upper 60s. So that adds a little bit more fuel to the fire with all those updrafts we're going to be dealing with. So these areas into Lake Charles, heading into Baton Rouge, down here into Lafayette, Alexandria, Louisiana, into Macomb, down here into Hattiesburg, Laurel, into Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi. These areas are going to be the most susceptible to seeing some of those very strong damaging winds, as well as tornadoes. And some of these tornadoes could be on the strong side with that EF2 criteria, or potentially even larger with these dynamics. And with the updrafts, some of these could be one of those QLCS type tornadoes that could be potentially on the ground for an extended period of time. So we'll be watching all this unfolds. But yeah, there is definitely a huge swath. It appears today it's mainly going to be, unfortunately, a tornado threat. That's one of the highest risk, and a damaging wind threat. The hail threat as not as significant as it was yesterday. But yeah, tornadoes and damaging winds, that is the most severe component with this outbreak that I'm seeing. I mean, here's the wind component to this, where basically everywhere within that enhanced risk sees those stronger, very violent, stronger wind gusts. But kind of the bullseye here is in this purple shaded area where you could see the most significant wind gust, maybe those 70, 80, 90 miles an hour wind gust type variety, into Jackson, going into Vicksburg, into Natchez, and to Macomb, all the way to Meridian, going into Starkville and to Philadelphia. This is kind of the favorite area here of the most significant, tornadoes, as well as your damaging wind threat. But this still extends all the way. It's coming out of Houston. We had those storms last night. I think the tornado watch expired in around the Houston Metroplex around 10 o'clock. Hey, Farrell. Hey, I appreciate, thanks for the donation. Yeah, so that we had a tornado watch, then we'll go over some of the watches here. So this is the newest watch currently right now as we speak. This goes on until 2 o'clock. This new tornado watch that they put out about. Let me catch up here. Yeah, so this goes on into 2 o'clock. It encompasses the Port Arthur area. Let me take the severe threat off so you can actually see it better. Okay, so all right, so right now this is your severe threat within this zone here of the tornado watch. A few tornadoes are possible, some ping pong size hail within this yellow shaded area, and also some scattered wind gusts of some 70 miles an hour. So all these areas include the Beaumont area, coming out of Beaumont into Port Arthur, into Lake Charles, going into New Iberia, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, heading up to Alexander, into Vicksburg, and all the way up here into portions almost into Monroe here. So this is your kind of your favorite area over the next 4.5 hours to seeing some of those strong to severe thunderstorms. So I was going to start about 8 o'clock, but it looks like things started to wind down. So this is some preliminary storm reports from last night. We can just kind of hit these areas. These are kind of areas that some of the areas that are got favored, some of that for the damaging wind threat, as well as some isolated tornadoes. So we had some damage in and around the Round Rock area. So the National Weather Service will be assessing all the damage, but these are the storm reports that are coming out so far. Looks like we had some damage in around the Round Rock and Hutto and Frame Switch down here towards and into central Texas, into Elgin and Lexington, Giddings. These are all tornadoes or damaging winds, straight line wind threat we went over last night. Lowell and to New Braunfels. And these are some of that bigger hail. So we had some 1-inch hail in the San Antonio area, some 1-inch hail, 1.5-inch hail, up to 2 inches in the New Braunfels area. So that obviously caused a lot of damage to some vehicles out there. And then a very dangerous storm went very dangerously close to the Texas A&M University. We were tracking this storm as it started. It came to fruition basically south of Snook, and then it righted northeast along the FM 60 corridor here. And this is the same type of circulation, but look at the path here where that it did potential damage in and around the College Station area. Could have probably lifted, but then maybe touched back down. But that was they dodged a bullet there near the Texas A&M University. So we'll be assessing all the damage. Obviously, I had a lot of sleep last night, and I haven't looked at too many damage reports so far as of this morning. But I was kind of focusing on what's going to happen today. But we had some another damage report near Madisonville, and then again these storms lifted northeast. So you can see the track as these storms were lifting northeast into the overnight hours. The National Weather Service will be assessing all the damage. I know we had some damage up here into Jacksboro area. They don't have that as of yet, but they'll be adding some spots. Obviously, right now we have 22 reported tornadoes last night in Texas, and this one just across the Oklahoma border here. So yeah, the National Weather Service definitely has their hands full over the next couple of days. I mean, you know, obviously not just from today that's going to be unfolding, but they're going to be dealing with everything that's going to be happening today out here, and all this just shifts further east into tomorrow with another severe threat over portions of the East Coast. So this is just a very dynamic system. It's still working with a lot of the same elements that it was working with yesterday, of that strong low-level jet and that strong, you know, wind shear, surface-based tornadoes, a lot of lift in the atmosphere. You know, some of these storms were traveling, you know, 70, 80, even up towards some of, I saw 90 miles an hour last night. So that was a pretty, you know, significant event unfolded. But all right, so let's get back to some of the current watches and warnings are currently right now. So we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for a severe thunderstorm was located over Orange Field or near Bridge City, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it has some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with it and some quarter-size hail. So locations in the path from this developing severe weather threat that goes on until about 10 o'clock today have some quarter-size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So expect some heavier winds into the Beaumont area, Port Arthur, Orange, Nederland, Groves, Port Neches, Vidor, into Bridge City, West Orange, Vinton, Deweyville, Central Gardens, Starks, and at the Sabine National Wildlife Area, as well as Road City, Pine Forest, Lakeview, and Port Acres. So those are the areas that are going to be impacted with some potentially, you know, quarter-size hail that could be doing some damage to your vehicles, and some wind damage as well, maybe to some roof siding out there with this area of instability that's moving across. Coming out, it's still in Texas. I mean, we looked at this last night. That just really just slowed down, you know, significantly as that second wave was back building out by Austin area. So that when I left last night about 9 o'clock in the evening, it was, I guess, just entering portions of Tyler, Texas, and they had some rotation in around the Tyler, Texas area. But look how far it's traveled, just like 12 hours, really not that far. It's definitely slowed down fairly significant as it, you know, from yesterday. And that was expected. So that what's caused a lot of the flash flooding in and around, you know, Far East Texas in the overnight hours with several inches of rain in the wee hours of the morning. So we actually have another. Okay, so we have two warnings. Let's see. Let me catch up here. All right, so we have a brand new warning that just came out. Let me go over the other one. So this is another warning that just came out. This is going to be impacting areas of the southeastern Bugard Parish and southwestern Louisiana, central Allen Parish, as well as into southwestern Louisiana. A severe thunderstorm was located over Ragley, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So the National Weather Service out of Lake Charles issued this warning, and expect some radar indicated some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-inch hail associated with this storm. So I think as we get, you know, closer, you know, deeper into the day, once we tap into a little bit more, you know, daytime heating like we saw yesterday, I think things got really active. You know, once we hit the the 3 o'clock time frame with a lot of severe weather and tornadoes and more damaging winds and more widespread type activity. I think a lot of this is going to be kind of the same way today as this system really kind of gets going deeper into the afternoon, into the overnight hours tonight as well. Hey, surprise, strong Cat 2 after 32 inches of rain in 24 hours was awful, along with. Hey, Tammy. Hey, good morning. Hey, thanks for tuning into the live, Tammy. Hey, anybody else having problems with the storm prediction site? I don't know. Let me see. No, they last updated this morning as of 7:38, and that's what we went over, the latest data. No, it's still there, still updating. Yeah, so your main risk today there are going to be your strong tornadoes and your damaging winds. The hail risk is there, but it's probably more likely in the quarter type size variety. I don't really see anything like that significant or that huge of that tennis ball type size hail today. This is all going to be on maybe the little bit lighter end of the severity, but yeah, that's not the main risk today. The main risk is definitely going to be your very strong damaging winds come out of the system, and then obviously your tornadoes, and some of those could be strong tornadoes of those EF2 type variety, and some of those could be those QLCS tornadoes of more or less and long track on the ground for an extended period of time. So that is really significant. You saw some of the bands that happened yesterday. Once these things shifted off northeast, they kept the same kind of the track as far as movement goes. So if you get one of these circulations, on the ground, and it keeps that updraft along with it, it can be on the ground for an extended period of time, and obviously that would do an extreme amount of damage with everything in its path. And that is definitely the greatest concern today with these supercell thunderstorms. And just like yesterday, if we get clearing, any like partial clearing this in these types of atmospheres, that just adds fuel to the fire to these storms. And because all the dynamics are in place, a lot like yesterday, and then with the dew points getting a little bit higher than what they were because you're a little bit further closer to the coast, that could just add a little bit more fuel to the fire than what you saw yesterday, and could be, making these things even more impactful than what yesterday brought. So that's definitely the concern, with these storms today. All right, so here. Let me zoom out. Here's the latest radar, so you can see a lot of the data is coming out of Texas. It's you're pretty much just about done. I mean, you're done for most of the Houston Metroplex. You just got some scattered showers coming in and out of the Galveston area. You're talking places like far southeast Texas now into the Beaumont, Port Arthur area. But eventually, this will be done, more or less out of Texas by about 10:30. I would say a lot of this activity is going to push into Louisiana, and all that the severe threat just shifts over Louisiana. So we got some light to moderate rain impacting Shreveport this morning. This just extends all the way into portions of Arkansas, heading into Hot Springs, going into the National Forest area up there, and then eventually it's heading towards the Little Rock area. These are not severe, just showers, moderate showers heading your way. Down here, we have a little bit bigger cell, a little bit more instability down here in the Alexandria area of Louisiana, as well as it feeds back all the way into the Lake Charles area. And then there's that Port Arthur storm. So this same area is still going to be extending northeast today. That's going to be the main movement, but then a slight push eastward, as we go through time. So that's going to be the main movement today. All these storms are going to be shifting more or less northeast, northeast, eastward throughout the afternoon into the evening hours, and we'll be tracking these storms and giving you these real time updates on what's happening today. Hey, Michael, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, so yeah, this is just one of these days that it's kind of rare to see in March like this. I mean, you would somewhat expect this to be, a late April or a May type of setup, but to get back-to-back days of moderate risk are fairly rare in the month of March. I mean, we typically just started severe weather season. I mean, obviously, you can get severe weather 12 months out of the year if all the dynamics are right. You saw what happened in December, right, with that crazy warm December, and that just added fuel to those storms with that well above average December that we had. We had break, it was a lot of coolness, a lot of snow over the winter months. But now that we're making, this transition into spring, and once you really hit that middle of March, that's when you kind of flip the calendar for at least portions of further south. That hey, you get warm, the sun angle, every day you add like another half a degree to the average temp. So the weather changes pretty drastically in the month of March, and it could have some big swings if you have these troughs digging in, if you have some cold air entering in the mid latitudes, and that's what we're seeing with these systems. We have several days in between. We have the atmosphere kind of regenerate and refuel itself before the next system comes in, and it taps into those dynamics with that strong, low level jet. And this is the setup that we get. It does appear that we have a little bit of a respite, maybe on the severe threat. After tomorrow, after that moves through, that the atmosphere tends to somewhat calm down in a way, and you tend to see that. I mean, it doesn't stay active every day, right? I mean, you're going to have weeks that are fairly active, and then you're going to have weeks that are kind of your rested, your resting week, or that are not as active. And I think that's what's going to be happening next week is you're going to be having your more kind of a down week, and then it could ramp back up again, as we get into April. So that's kind of the way I see it. And but unfortunately, it does appear it's just one of those years with a back-to-back La Nina that we're going to be facing. The warm blob in the North Pacific Ocean has a lot to do with troughs digging in out west. You're going to see these, a lot of the same dynamics set up with these, back-to-back La Nina years with very dry soils and the desert Southwest and the Southern Plains. Then the La Nina looks to continue really through spring and really almost through the summer months. So typically in a back-to-back La Nina year, you get very active storm tracks. You get some lulls in between where it's very nice weather. You get very nice weather. But then you get hard. It basically comes in fast and furious. But then it clears out, like what's happening in Texas today. It's a very nice day. Nothing's really going to happen for like 7 days. It's going to be pretty clear, really nice weather. But it's probably only going to be a matter of time before another system comes through, and when it does, it's going to be having all that fuel to work with these storms, and then we'll have another impactful event. And that's kind of the setup that you'll see in the springtime with these back-to-back La Nina years. So the favorite time, we're just entering that, right? We're just entering middle of March. So we kind of have to look out of more higher probabilities of these storms through the middle of March, through about the middle of June, about really for the next 3 months. We're just kind of getting started. And then as we get deeper into April and as we get deeper into May, with the obviously the warmer temperatures you're going to be working with, Some of the dew points are going to be able to creep a little bit higher into the Tennessee Valley, getting into portions of Iowa, possibly even Wisconsin into Michigan. So we'll start to see some of these areas, at least further north, being a little bit more susceptible to getting into the severe threat, as you get deeper into the severe weather season, they call it, essentially for those 3 months. So that's kind of the way I see it. Unfortunately, it's one of those just active spring seasons that we're going to have to be, dealing with and looking out for. But I'll be here to give you all the latest watches and warnings and keep you ahead of the storm as best I can, until we get past this severe season, and then you hit the summer months. We're just hot. There's just a hot summer coming. Hey, the only thing different about the weather today is the instant access to real time info. Yeah, I mean, weather's weather, right? I mean, that's we, with these storms. I mean, come on. I mean, we talked about there was a slight risk for severe weather 7 days out. I mean, it's pretty incredible the technology we have available today to warn people, right? And then so far, I'm seeing there's damage, but I'm not seeing any fatalities yesterday in Texas. I don't have. So I mean, that just tells you that some of the all the warnings, all the technology that we have to our disposal nowadays, that just helps bring everybody to more safety, right? I mean, you can't do much about the damage that the weather does, but we've come a long ways over the years to be able to warn people and give you like plenty of advance notice and kind of bullseye timeframes and say, hey, we got a severe threat on Monday when we were talking about it last Monday. So that's pretty incredible, right? I mean, that's good stuff, right? And I think that only just gets better, and that's the goal in weather. Is you can't stop the weather. The weather, it is what it is, but you can at least get all your safety measures in its place to protect yourself and get yourself out of harm's way, because you know what's coming. If you know what's coming, you can secure loose objects, put the car in the garage, have a way to get the warnings, get out of harm's way. You get in your safety zone before the tornado comes 20 minutes from you. So these are all crucial, vital warnings that are in place nowadays that, I mean, 20 years ago, it was that not happening, and especially if you go back all the way to the, considering how far we came from the 1900s. I know this is a long ways, right? But, when that Category 5 hurricane hit Galveston Island and it killed 8,000 people, I mean, we're talking, there were literally people playing out in the ocean. They were like a beach day. They had no idea. They like, hey, looked out in the ocean. There was clouds out there. It looks like the storm was coming. A little bit of rain, but no, it was Category 5 hurricane. It killed 8,000 people. That's devastating stuff. Nowadays, we can track an African wave off the coast of Africa 2 weeks out. I mean, that's how far we've come. From these systems, and give you well in advance notice that this thing's could have impacts for your area. So that's pretty significant. Hey, I'm in Northeast Georgia today. Looks like we might get a bit of weather tomorrow, but it looks like this system is going to be weaker some prior. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look as nearly as significant tomorrow, as we're going to be experiencing, yesterday and today. That's definitely good. There is a possibility some of that could be increased to an enhanced risk tomorrow as we get closer, but it does lose a lot of the dynamics, a lot of the upper air synoptic pattern that we're faced with today and yesterday. Once it gets into the Florida Panhandle, into Georgia, the setup for tomorrow. The setup for tomorrow is essentially from the Florida Panhandle into portions of Atlanta, Georgia, into Columbus, into Savannah, back into Charleston, Wilmington, Charlotte, North Carolina, Raleigh. uh, those areas kind of along the coast there are going to be more susceptible to seeing some stronger, slight risk type activity. The tornado threat is, about 5%. There's not a hatched risk. So yeah, definitely not as significant of what we could be seeing today for sure. Uh, yeah, so you can actually see some of these hail reports. I think we looked at this earlier. Some hail reports that happened yesterday in the San Antonio area, and these are just kind of preliminary reports from. And looks like they've added some of these spots up here now, so they're starting to fill in as they're doing some survey damages. There's some stronger hail that happened yesterday in Groesbeck. That was almost golf ball size. There is Teague down here by Mahia. Picked up, looks like some golf ball size hail. I would say the hail threat yesterday looked bigger on and fortunately it didn't some of these stones. I didn't see anything. I don't really see anything over 2 inches, right? The atmosphere was capable, and we were getting soundings yesterday of upwards to almost grapefruit type size hail. Some of the soundings had that potential. So I would say, at least on the surface, as a good thing yesterday, the hail potential did not come to fruition as what the dynamics in the atmosphere called for yesterday. So that was good. That was at least one good thing that came out of the storm. The other good thing was obviously the much needed rain that happened over Texas as well, because they're in a desperate drought. Most of the states under an extreme drought. So the western areas where they had all the wildfires, unfortunately, they didn't get hit with a lot of the heavier rains, but at least hit some of these areas into the Lipan area down here southwest of Fort Worth. They got some beneficial rains out there that help with all the wildfires that's taken place. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we just kind of, again, we rapidly refuel. We're cool for a couple days, and then we'll be back to the upper 80s, or if not 5-7 days from now, we might be dealing with more fire dangers out here in West Texas. Um, all right. It doesn't even look like there's we have one. Oh, it's charging now. All right, so we have a. Oh, this is a possible tornado with this one. All right, so at 9:57, as of 7 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm was located near Harmony or near Mighty, moving east at 60 miles an hour. Some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter size hail. So the areas of impact are Oakdale into Oberlin, Reeves, Dry Creek, into, is it Mighty or Midi? Midi, Allen, Parish Airport, and Harmony. Those areas could see some some hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like we might even have a possible tornado with this one. Okay. All right, so this is the area of interest right here. This area that looks like to has some rotation with it off off Reeves into Highway 171. This instability is lifting off into the northeast. It's going to be crossing 349, 394. Eventually, there's Highway 26. So this is the area rotation that they're seeing. It's very subtle, but there could be maybe rain wrapped within this area. This is a possible tornado that looks to be trying to develop down here towards Highway 171. This is all lifting off to the northeast. This is why they put it's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, but there is an area of interest that shows some rotation with this supercell as this is lifting off into the northeast. It'll look like it'll head off to the national forest here, and eventually these will be shifting into the Alexandria, Louisiana area. Hey, smash the thumbs up button. Cool. Yes. Yeah. Obviously, all the activity, comments, like button, that tells YouTube, that tells Facebook that you're interested in the subject, and they push it, and that's the whole goal, right? We're trying to reach as many people as possible to get them out of harm's way. So if you could share the feed, share the live coverage, share it in like group pages around there, share it to friends and family that live in these areas, live in Louisiana, live in Mississippi, live in Alabama. Maybe you live in Texas, maybe you live outside of the area, but you've got a daughter, a brother, a sister, a nephew, an uncle, a niece that live in the area. They need to be, aware of these storms today. I had a lot of reports yesterday, saying, "Hey, I've got friends in the family in the area, and they don't really they didn't have an idea of storms were coming." One story was out in Bowie. You can't take it for granted. Someone really follows the weather like much as I do, or as much as the average. So there's some people that just don't. They don't know. They had no idea. Like it was even supposed to rain yesterday. They just don't follow the weather. So, but on days like that they need to be way aware. When storms are happening, they're going to be in their neck of the woods in 20 or 30 minutes. Those 20 or 30 minutes of pre-warnings is a lot of times can be a matter of life or death, especially if there's a tornado happening near your area. So these are real-time warnings to give you plenty of guidance ahead of the storm to let you know, hey, we have impacts in for your area. You're going to be reaching it at certain times that you need to get out of harm's way. But I got more water today, so this is a half gallon, and then of course I got this filled up, so I'm good for a while. I was a little bit more prepared today. I had a nice big breakfast. That's why I started a little bit later. So like, okay, I don't want to rush. There's not like terribly like really intense stuff happening right now, but I do expect it to get a lot more active this afternoon. Yeah, especially considering everyone has a smartphone in their pockets. Yeah, I mean, everyone I know has a phone, right? I mean, even my mom, that's like 80 years old, has a phone, has a cell phone, right? I think a lot of people out there have a phone nowadays, a cell phone in their pocket, and that's definitely a way to get warnings. There's weather apps, there's numerous weather apps, numerous ways to get warnings nowadays. Mm. All right, so let's zoom out. Yeah, so this is the only warning we have currently at the moment. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that's shifting off into the northeast. It looks like we might have another severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, and this is a tornado warning. Okay, so where that possible rotation was, we do have a radar indicated tornado that just developed. This is the area at 10:09. So as of 1 minute ago, this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Elizabeth, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So areas of impact are south central Rapids Parish, northwestern uh, Evangeline Parish, and northeastern Allen Parish. This possible radar indicated tornado, a dangerous storm, will be near Oakdale around 10:15 this morning, and the Glenmora area, and the Glenmora and Turkey Creek around 10:30 this morning. Areas of impact by this tornadic thunderstorm include McNary and Forest Hill from this supercell that just issued a tornado warning as of 1 minute ago. Yeah, Oakdale, Glenmora, and Elizabeth, Louisiana at 10:30. This is a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside. Mobile homes will be destroyed, some roof damage. So right now it's a radar indicated tornado. We're watching this cell come out of near Elizabeth here. You can actually see the area of interest right here is this little circulation at the bottom of the screen here near Highway 10. That would be crossing over in between Oakdale and Elizabeth here and heading towards the Pawnee area in Louisiana. Yeah, it looks like there's possible circulation near the Pawnee area from what I can see. Yeah, so this is the area of concern right at the end of the screen of this loop of the possible rotation right here. And so the areas of impact looks like it's going to be crossing between Oakdale and Elizabeth, but it will eventually cross in near or right over the Pawnee area and heading towards Glenmora. Yeah, so Glenmora around near about 10:49. That's probably not a better time. I can give you a better time than that. I would say Glenmora is around 10:30. Hey Ross. Hey, thanks for your help, buddy. Thanks for tuning in to the live. Hey, this is very interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of room for cells to fire. Yeah, so this is when you get these separations like this, you get these discrete supercells. We're definitely seeing more rotation just to the southwest of there, coming out of this area, just north of Lake Charles. Looks like there's possible rotation near the Reeves area. Yeah, so if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can. I'll give you my Twitter page. I'll give you the link here. I'm posting all the. I'm posting all the watches and the warnings of any pictures, any damage reports, just really any activity concerning the weather for today and yesterday that might come out. I'll be retweeting that on my Twitter page, so you can. I don't know, did it go? I think it went. Yeah, so there's my Twitter. So you can click on that link and follow me on Twitter. For those that haven't followed me yet. Oh wow. Just going through and making sure I don't miss anything. Hey Ross, a severe thunderstorm was located along the line of in Columbia to manifest, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we're watching this active tornado warning currently right now. That's coming out of the Oakdale area. That's moving towards the Pawnee area, showing signs of rotation on radar. That's just now crossing over the Highway 10. Would be this area right here, heading towards 1153. And it looks like it's heading towards the Pawnee area and Blanche. This is Highway 165, and these are moving northeast. It's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The tornado warning goes for another 11 minutes until 10:30. All right. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm looking at some damage from into Granger, Texas yesterday, where there were several homes destroyed and businesses. That's pretty significant damage. I'll retweet this picture. That was a bitty. That was a pretty big tornado that did that damage. Wow. Yeah, you hate to see that. All right, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning further south, or maybe a little bit further north. Let me take this off. All right, so we have two new warnings. This is a little bit further north. Where'd it go? All right, so there's another severe thunderstorm warning at 10:06. That was the one that was located over Brownsville or Bacum near Columbia to manifest, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So the areas in path are western Madison Parish, yeah, at 10:13, there was another severe thunderstorm warning located along a line extending from Eudora to near Shelburne to 6 miles northeast of Tyndale, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with this particular system until 11:30. So for locations in its path are going to be the Lake Providence, Eudora, and Shelburne until 10:20. Milliken around 10:25. Avon, Grace, Wayside, Glen Allen, and Filter around 10:45, and then eventually into Rolling Fork around 10:50, and then head on to the Panther Burn area around 10:55, and then Leland and Darlove around 11 o'clock, as well as Delta City into 11:05 and Murphy around 11:10. So this is another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued, and that goes on until around 11:30 time frame. But it also includes other areas that could be impacted are the Mayersville, Kilbourne, Forest, Arcola, as well as Cary areas for those stronger storms. I mean, you can definitely see this is a pretty big. This is another impacted storm with some got some gusty winds. You could knock down some trees. Wind gust of 50 miles an hour, but it looks like it has some very heavy rain with this cell around 582. This is probably the most heaviest rain we've seen so far today, and this is all moving off into the northeast here. Yeah, and that was the one. That was the severe thunderstorm warning that I just read to you. That goes all the way until 11:30 this morning. So right now we've got two active severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as the tornado warning further south into the Oakdale area. But there's also right now there's some circulation in and around the Oberlin area that we're watching, as well as into Reeves. There's two areas of interest into Reeves that has some signs of possible rotations. So we'll see if those cells get their act together. But there's that whole area down further south has a little bit more clearing with it, and that's what's making these storms possible a little bit stronger and showing maybe some signs of rotation within those cells. So those are the ones that we have to be concerned about that are really coming out of the Lake Charles area, just to the north of there. That's the most area of instability coming out of Lake Charles and heading northeast that we're watching along this main line here. Hey, Jerry. Yeah, so far in Texas, I think they had up to 22 tornado reports yesterday. I think there was one reported in Oklahoma. That's just obviously very preliminary. The system is actually just moving out of Texas as we speak. So the National Weather Service is out surveying the damage, but there's going to be some, probably I would guess, some EF2, some EF3s that came out of there. Can't really say EF4, but some of that damage was pretty widespread. I always let the National Weather Service do their proper due diligence and then report their findings. All right, so if you see, we've got storms out ahead, and this is what we really have to be concerned about too, because I mean, obviously you got the dry line type storms, but these little bubblers out ahead, these supercells that are discrete out ahead of the main line, those are the ones you really have to be the most concerned about. And these are the ones that are building. Looks like south of Columbia here, south of Hattiesburg. These are all lifting off into the northeast. You can see these just little isolated bubblers. They call them renegades, or just sporadic little cells that are popping up that can be discrete in nature. And those are the ones a little bit more susceptible to be able to rotate because they got plenty of flow to work with. And those, yeah. So we're left watching these cells lift off to the northeast. So we'll be be paying a close eye to some of these cells and around Jackson, because remember, this is the favorite area for the most significant weather. And yeah, some of the short range guidance was actually showing this these some of these storms kind of forming out ahead of the main line, and that is the most concerning thing if that were to come to fruition, because those could be some of those you really most damaging cells, and maybe even the strongest tornadoes that might happen today if that were to come to fruition out of that type setup. Hmm. All right. Hey, I know some people asked about it yesterday, but yeah, if you would like to donate and help out the live feed, I'd greatly appreciate it. There's obviously a way on Facebook you can do the stars. There's a way on YouTube you could do the super chat. If you don't want to go that option, you can there's my PayPal. You can actually go to my website. My website's ponderonweather.com. There's a support pal option on there, and you can click on it. It has my PayPal link, and then you can, if you'd like to donate, you can donate there as well. So I would greatly appreciate your support. So yeah, so we got a lot of activity happening today with all this stuff coming through Louisiana and Mississippi. So we're watching these storms come out. Yeah, this is just a special weather statement that they put out with these stronger storms with some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So they're not severe. So these are the areas that we're just kind of watching out ahead of the main line. Yeah, but it appears for the most part everything's pretty much done out of at least the severe threat. Everything's pretty much done in Texas. There's still like scattered showers near Beaumont, but everything's pretty much done as far as any more severe risk in Texas. It's all moving into Louisiana now. And I don't see anything into Arkansas. There's some rain, but I don't see anything that's severe in nature into the Arkansas area. Right now, it's confined into Louisiana as well as Mississippi here. Yeah, that's some very heavy rain that's formed over Lake Providence here of this cell that yeah, at 10:24, there's a new cell. A severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Eudora to near Shelbourne, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds to it, as well as some quarter-size hail. And so the areas of concern are going to be Eudora around 10:30. That's where it is now. And then Avon, Wayside, Glen Allen, going into Fittler about 10:45, and then eventually heading towards the Murphy area about by 11:15. So this is has some very heavy rain to it, and in and around near the Providence area. This large cell that's coming out, not tornadic, but definitely some higher wind gusts associated with it, and some very heavy rain that's setting up over. It looks like it's coming out of Lake Providence into the Arlington area and heading towards the Cottonwood area. Yeah, so if you zoom out, you can actually see the most basic storm motion, which is northeast. So these storm motions are essentially northeast, north northeast, with a slight shift eastward. That's going to be the storm motion for today. So once you see a cell that's basically, you know, starting southwest, then then that's going to be the cell that's going to be impacting your area. All right, so we have a new tornado warning that just came out. Brand new tornado warning. This is was issued at 10:29, so a couple of minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado that was located near Allen Parish Airport, or 7 miles northeast of Oberlin, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is a um, a radar indicated tornado with over this area for northwestern Ever Evangeline Parish and northeastern Allen Parish and southwestern Louisiana. So these areas in path are going to be Bond at 10:35. So basically, right now, Oakdale and Oakdale around 10:40, Beaver around 10:45, Pine Prairie 10:55, and Turkey Creek around 11 o'clock this morning. So these areas need to be in your safe zone to get out of harm's way with this radar indicated tornado that's coming out of this area near the Oakdale area, and it's just this little notch right here. That's the area of concern that has some signs of rotation with it, right along 165 and 372 near Bond. These are all lifting off into the northeast. Yeah, so we're definitely starting to get a lot more activity now. Things are starting to light up and come. We've been here almost an hour now. We're getting into 10:30, getting into mid morning. Yeah, I wanted to look at. Um, Yeah, so we're just watching this activity come out of Oakdale right now. We do have an active tornado warning associated with this cell. We haven't had an observed tornado as of yet this morning, but it's probably only going to be a matter of time with the activity really starting to get its act together as we get deeper into the afternoon. Right now, where this is a radar indicated tornado that's showing signs of rotation near the Highway 165 area, and it's about to cross near the Pine Prairie zone in the next couple of minutes. This is all heading off into the northeast at 45 miles an hour, and this tornado warning lasts until about 10:30, going into 11 o'clock time frame. Is anyone getting a glitch out of anyone else? I don't know. It seems like everything is running pretty smooth on my end. But it's possible. Yeah, to my knowledge, this morning all the radars, all the radar sites are up. I know yesterday we had some trouble with some of the sites that were down. That got hit actually from a lot of the wind and some of the tornadoes yesterday, which knocked them out of commission. So I'm going to retweet that tornado warning that just got issued a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, I'm looking at some of the pictures from that Granger tornado yesterday. Looking at the damage and looking at that tornado, that's probably like EF3 criteria. Hey, we'll only be listening for a while. That pesky, how about making a living paperwork type stuff? Yes, no, I appreciate you tuning in. I understand you got to go to work. But yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here so you can listen to the warnings. Maybe you'll have a way to get a warnings at least. All right, so we're watching this area of instability. This could be, that last loop. It looks like it's coming together a little bit better, of showing that rotation near the Pine Prairie area. Yeah, it's literally right here. If you can stop it. It's coming out of here. There could have been a possible tornado. It seems like there was a little bit of debris right here, and it's faded. Right there. All right, so looks like they've extended the tornado watch. I just updated. And is it on here yet? It looks like they've extended it. Till 2 o'clock. No, this is not it. It hasn't popped up yet, but it's going to be for this area. So I'll talk about it now. It's New tornado watch that just got issued until 7 o'clock. So this goes on for another 8 hours. It's going to be for the New Orleans area. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and to Gulfport, Hattiesburg, and the Natchez, Laurel, Jackson, Meridian, Columbus, and to Greenville. This is a brand new tornado watch that literally just got issued a minute ago. You can see several tornadoes are likely, isolated hail of up to ping pong type size hail, some widespread wind gusts of some 75 miles per hour likely within this zone. So this is just the same activity that's going to continue shifting off into the east. And so they've already put off that new tornado watch going to be taking place really from now until 7 o'clock this evening. So, and that's the zone that is going to be the most active, right? It's going to be the most area of that hits the window of that daytime heating window. So you can imagine it's from now until 7 o'clock. So I think that's when those storms are going to be the most active. So the new tornado watch that's coming up that will pop up any minute now, that encompasses the New Orleans area, much of southeastern Louisiana, getting into central Mississippi, heading up all the way into Greenville and the Columbus area, which includes the Meridian and Jackson. Definitely concerned in the Jackson area. They could be hit pretty hard. That seems to be a favorite area today in and around Jackson, Mississippi, with just the trend of these cells that come off the southwest and train northeast, and they're kind of really in the bullseye favorite area of seeing the most highest impact of those damaging winds and some of those stronger tornadoes. Oh, there was one death confirmed in Madisonville as of 3 a.m. Okay, I did not hear that. Hmm. Um, all right, so that was a brand new tornado watch that got issued a minute ago. That's going to be encompassing the Louisiana area as well as central part of Mississippi. So if you follow me on Twitter, I retweeted that as well, so you can have that. But the one currently, this one currently that we're on, it goes until 2 o'clock, and this is just basically an extension. So they went ahead and already extended the tornado watch in this area that will go on until 7 o'clock. I retweet that one too. I wonder why it's not popping up yet. All right, let's go back to this tornado warning that's currently unfolding right now and see if this is showing any more signs of activity. Yeah, there definitely appears a lot of circulation here within this area from into Oakdale near Pine Perry. We may have our first tornado on the ground here. There's definite signs of rotation. All right, so this tornado warning goes on until another 12 minutes. Yeah, it's this area right here that's coming out of heading towards near the Beaver area, heading towards the Pine Prairie into Turkey Creek. Hey, things are coming together quickly. Flash flood warning. Yeah, I did. I did see that. There's a brand new flash flood warning as well that we'll go over that they just got issued for very heavy rain. Yeah, so flash flood warning until at 10:42. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavier rains between 1 to 3 inches of rain, and any additional rains of amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. So all these areas have already picked up, 1 to 3 inches of rain, and then they're expecting to pick up another 1 to 3 inches. So we do have a flash flood warning that just got issued for these areas in and around the Alexandria area, Pineville, DeRuyter, Oakdale, Oberlin, Glenmora, Boyce, Elizabeth, Reeves, Henston, Picton, Sugartown, Mitty, Alexandria International Airport, Dry Creek, Grant, Ball, as well as Elmore and Linder. So these areas of interest are going to be between Highway Interstate 49 between mile markers 61 and 104. So if you're on the road traveling, this area has already picked up 1 to 3 inches of rain, and they could pick up another 1 to 3 inches of rain that's coming out of this system, moving off into the northeast. So all that instability that's under the flash flood warning is just to the northeast of there. That's the one that's coming out and producing some tornadic activity, or at least radar indicated tornado out of this supercell. Hey, Sherry. Hey, no worries. Hey, I appreciate it. Be safe today. Good luck on your appointment. Hey, when's the QLCS supercells move into Alabama later this afternoon, this evening? Yeah, so it's yeah, for Alabama is going to be later on this afternoon into the evening time frame. I mean, it's just into Louisiana right now and heading into Mississippi. Okay, so here's they have it up now. So here's the new tornado watch that just got issued. That goes until 7 o'clock. So it's a brand new tornado watch. These are areas that could be picking up some tornado damage risk. Will be in progress east northeastward into the and that will move across and have additional portions of southeastern Louisiana into much of central and southern Mississippi through the afternoon. Some of these strong to intense tornadoes of these EF2 type possibilities, particularly with any semi-discrete supercells that develop to the east of the main line, right? This was what we talked about. The risk is supported for it increasing with the most unstable air masses of these very strong deep level, low level shear type systems that will be moving across. So that's the danger in these setups this afternoon, as the ones that form out ahead of the main line of the main dry line setup is the ones that are discrete that form out of the main line. So this is why they have the tornado watch in place. So you could be seeing several tornadoes that are possible, some widespread wind damages, some isolated significant wind gusts of up to 75 miles an hour is likely. And some of those storms could encompass some of that 1.5-inch hail in diameter potential as well. Yeah. So if you're, so you have a watch. So the watch is basically, you basically have all the ingredients, right? So you have essentially all the ingredients of all the dynamics. It doesn't, watch doesn't guarantee, severe weather. So it's just the dynamics in place that could, if everything unfolds, it could produce severe storms. And then a warning is active, right? So it's very active severe weather. It's either radar indicated or confirmed by a spotter. Real-time impacts. That's the warning. So right now we have the ingredients of everything that could possibly produce some of those severe storms that goes into portions of Louisiana and Mississippi later on this afternoon. So yes, you asked about Alabama. So if this watch goes until 7, then this would more than likely get extended, but it'd probably be extended into the evening hours. So the Alabama risk would be further into after dark, after dark, as this moves out of Mississippi, that will eventually move into Alabama. All right, so we're still watching that tornado warning that goes on for another 5 more minutes. That's near the Oakdale area. That's coming out of Pine Perry. At times is just showing some signs of rotation. I'm not quite sure if anything touched down or not, but there's this just an area of interest that we have to watch. These little notches that come out every once in a while. Yeah, so let me go back. We do a kind of recap. There's probably a lot of new people that are just now tuning in. So this is the area of concern today that has the high risk, not a high risk, so moderate risk. They increased it and more or less expanded it. So this is the area of concern as of today. That's it, basically the highest impact areas are going to be from the Lake Charles area into Baton Rouge, heading up all the way into Jackson, into Vicksburg, into Hattiesburg, into Meridian, heading up all the way up into Starkville. So this is the new area that has the tornado watch that just got issued, and this will extend, further into Tuscaloosa, Tupelo, into Mobile, into Gulfport, Mississippi, into New Orleans. As we get deeper into the afternoon hours and then the overnight. So the further, essentially, the east of this line where the tornado watch is, that's going to be your evening type stuff. So the stuff that's in the enhanced risk right now and the slight risk, that is going to be your overnight type stuff and into the evening hours. So everything into the yellow shaded to the west of there, that's going to be for today during the daytime hours. So from now until basically 7 o'clock time frame, this is the area of concern that is going to be the most impacted area between now and nightfall, and then it just shifts further off into Alabama. So the main threat today are going to be your tornadoes. And this is why they have a moderate risk. We have at least a good chance, a pretty big area of those strong hatched risk type variety EF2 type tornadoes. The atmosphere is prime for this activity. So this is the main concern for some of these larger type tornadoes today. And then, of course, you've got your damaging wind threat as well, which is pretty significant in itself. So it doesn't really technically have to be a tornado to do damage. You can still do a lot of damage with straight line winds, and that could be could hit your area. If you don't get hit by a tornado, you could hit by straight line winds on the range of some 75 miles an hour. So the most favored area again is within these basically within the black box here, this outlined area of what is often referred to as the hatched risk area. Within this zone, this is the favorite area that you could pick up some of those 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So on top of the tornado potential, that's why I feel like Jackson is kind of like right in the bullseye today of seeing the most impacted weather that's coming out of today. At least it looks like it's setting up to be. So, and as these storms have had a history of, forming down here off the southwest and training northeastward, and then, as they lift further north, they get, they kind of gain in intensity. So that's why Jackson is kind of in the bullseye. Vicksburg, anywhere really in this purple shaded area, is in the most favored area for severe weather. Hey, Roy, do you have access to a radar that can pick up a real-time tornado as it forms? Yeah, so we're watching the circulation, out of these storms. So yeah, we can definitely watch that, and as it forms. But I just haven't seen. I've seen possible rotation. I just haven't seen a confirmed tornado. So that is yet to expire. So yeah, I mean, what I'm using now, we can actually watch, with the circulation as it gets its act together, before, at real time as it forms. So we can show areas of circulations and areas of interest, but nothing has formed yet. Hey, I'm in Oklahoma. Hey, I'm from Altus. Hey, Cloud, how's it going? So hope they stay clear of tornadoes tonight. I have an uncle and a cousin that lives in Alabama and just can't remember the town they live in. I have stayed in the Broken Bow Lake areas before. Yeah, Broken Bow. That's a nice place. I've stayed there many times. Yeah, Broken Bow is beautiful. Yeah, we used to go every year. We had a standing invitation. We went every year, like November 1st. But yeah, we've probably been at least 20 times. Sunny wants to say hi. She just wants to come in. Let me let her in. Come on, buddy. Yeah, Sunny's my dog, my corgi. All right, so we got the motion on. So far right now, there's no tornado warnings, but we do have a stronger um, severe thunderstorm warning that has some winds that are capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this one that came to fruition about 10:50. There was a severe thunderstorm that was located along a line extending from the Holly Ridge area to 10 miles southeast of Bakers to near New Light, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So the areas of interest that are going to be in your area are the Monticello area around 11:05, Mansford about 11:10. You head into Omega around 11:20, Vicksburg 11:25 a.m., Redwood into 10:35, 11:35 a.m., and Bovina at 10:40. So this was an area, but also areas of interest that could be nearby are Mound, Delta, and Richmond. So it can include, this is more of a straight line wind event, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and some nickel size hail. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. You basically turn to a warning once you have wind gust of over 58 miles an hour, or you possibly have some quarter size hail. So this warning was issued for wind. So we have approximate winds that could go all the way up to possibly 70 miles an hour with this particular supercell that's coming out of the and going near the Vicksburg area in the next 20 minutes. And here's the cone on this activity as it's moving across. So it's going to go over Richmond, and it's going to go near the Vicksburg area, and it'll be lifting northeast. So areas in its path are looks like Peelers into Eagle Bend, and then it'll eventually head towards the Walsh area around Highway 61. So it's this area right here that has the stronger winds associated with it. This red shaded area, as it's kind of bowing out. You see it kind of bowing out here. So whenever you got a little bit of a bow echo here, or kind of an angle shaped line of linear storms track, these can gain wind intensity like that as these are moving northeast. All right, so we got another. Looks like we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. These are the areas at 11:02. So the severe thunderstorm was located along the line from Delta City to near Holly Bluff, moving around 40 miles an hour. It's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail with this particular storm. So it could be near the midnight area around 11:20. The Isola around 1125, uh, in Inverseness around 1130, Swifton around 1140, Thornton 1145, and the Howard area near 1150. So there's also areas that are going to be nearby, which is the Silver City, the Luis, and the Morgan City area could be impacted with some of that quarter size hail and some of those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of this storm. You can see there's very heavy rain over the Hollandale area near Empire. This purple shaded area, that's definitely an indication of some very, very heavy rain. This whole area, what you get the higher dew points, right? I mean, the higher the dew point, the more moist the atmosphere is. You go into a rainforest, some of the dew points are like 80, right? So that's why it rains all the time. So that the higher the dew point, you got basically more complete saturation of the atmosphere. So this when you get 70 dew points, that is a rainmaker, right? And then you that adds fuel to these updrafts. So if any of that fuel can be lifted within that storm with the updrafts, that's where the air can be rotating, because the air is going to be rotating at different heights. You got basically this. You essentially, the setup is you got a strong low level jet around 500 millibars. That's about 15,000 feet up in the atmosphere. That's going to be moving around 80 to 100 miles an hour, way up there, about 15,000 feet. But then you also have a kind of at 850 millibars, around 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. Winds are going to be more or less southeast in that direction. So you got a southwest wind, and then you got a southeast at changing directions and heights. So as the updrafts lifts these supercells, there's not much cap to work with. So there's nothing to kind of stop these storms from developing. So they can be very heavy rainmakers. But if you get one of those cells that has an updraft, can lift some of that precipitation further up in the atmosphere and produce some of that rotating supercellular thunderstorm. So that's kind of the setup of the dynamics that's going on in the upper levels, and then we're just kind of looking at the surface, but a lot of it has to do with what happens not just at the surface, right? But in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and really all those layers of the atmosphere. And that's what basically what creates the severe weather threat for today is just the strong low level jet intense, and then it comes in. If you come in neutrally tilted, that can still be a storm producer and severe weather producer. But when it tilts negatively, which is often referred to as a negatively tilted trough, then winds swing around. You got southwest winds. You have a negative tilted trough, and then you're gonna get upward rising motion. So you need upward rising motion air to lift it up in the atmosphere. So as it lifts up in the atmosphere, then you have that the further up it gets, then you have winds changing in direction. So you're going to get the atmosphere to rotate, right? So you're going to get them to rotate, and that's particularly the setup. What's going to happen today? Hey, my son lives in North Charlotte, North Carolina. He moved there and said he has less tornadoes. Yes, well, yeah, you definitely have less tornadoes in Charlotte, North Carolina, than you would in like Mississippi. You can still get tornadoes in Charlotte, but not as say prolific. Um, yeah, the stats. If you go like per capita, as far as like real estate, I think Alabama leads the charge, or leads the most tornadoes as far as like square footage on a state. And Mississippi is right up there. I think they're actually number two. and then you know since Texas is so big, it's you still there. You got Oklahoma. Oklahoma's right up there. Kansas is right up there. But if you're talking about as far as like real estate, as far as like square footage for state and the amount of tornadoes that you get on a yearly basis, Alabama is the number one area in the United States that has the most on average tornadoes, and Mississippi is right there as well. And a lot of it has to do with you got just very warm waters. Right? These waters out here south of New Orleans, at during the summer months can reach almost 90 degrees. This is probably the warmest waters out of anywhere. I mean, even in the Caribbean, they're not that hot right now. They're probably in the low 70s, right? But once you get into the summer months, and that's what made Ida so strong. It hit these waters that that were like almost 90 degrees, like bath water, and you basically hit that area, and it made it get stronger as it went to the coast, right? And then that's so you got to have the warmer waters from the ocean along with the low level jet. That's what fuels these storms. You know, uh, yeah. If this water was a lot colder down here, and you wouldn't have nearly the activity that you would have in Mississippi and Alabama. But every single year, it seems like these waters just get just a tad bit warmer, a little bit warmer, and you get these more kind of extreme type storms. Um, with the waters cold off the California coast, you don't get those storms, right? But once they tap, once these systems tap into the Gulf of Mexico, that just adds fuel to this environment. Oh, um, okay. So we have a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. This expires in another hour. So this is a long tornado warning that goes on for an hour. So at 11:07, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near Talua, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be the Mansford area around 11:20. That's about 6 minutes from now. Omega at 11:25. Eagle Bend at 11:35. The Redwood area around 11:50. And then the Oak Ridge area around 11:55. But you can also have impacts towards the Richmond area. So this is a radar indicated tornado that's coming out of this area that goes until another hour. So this is another hour until this tornado warning. This is fairly big tornado warning that just got issued. It's a radar indicated tornado, so we'll turn the velocities on and see where we're at with this storm. Oh, yeah. So this is the area of concern. If we really zoom in right here, the Talua. This is when you see these kind of mix in colors, like you have the red and then you have the greens. So you got winds moving away from the radar, you got winds moving towards the radar, and this is where the instability is, the rotation. So that's why the tornado warning was issued, because you have areas of rotation. So the atmosphere is rotating currently right now, and it's heading towards from the Talua area, heading towards Omega into Peelers, as well as the Brunswick area into Eagle Bend. So this is the area of concern at the moment. So we can put the put the motion on and watch this unfold. So right here, it actually, so there was nothing, right? And then you had this area of concern, and then it looks like it's trying to intensify as it's coming out of Kailua and heading towards the Brunswick area. Yeah, so it definitely looks like it's developing. So it's coming out of here, and then there's more rotation, and then there's even more rotation as it comes up here. Um, yeah, so right here, this is the area of concern. It looks like it's crossing Interstate 20 as we speak, and then it's heading towards Peelers. This is all shifting off northeast. So let me put the cone on this. So 426, 465 would be in its path around 1125. So it'll be right here in about another 8 minutes. And then it'll eventually head off towards the Redwood area and going to be crossing Walsh and Blakely and eventually towards the Russellville area. Yeah, we're watching this right here. It's just north of the Tallulah area. So the areas of interest are Tallulah, Louisiana, Richmond, Louisiana, and Eagles Bend, Mississippi until 12:15. This is a brand new radar indicated tornado warning that just got issued. So we're watching this area of circulation near Interstate 20 that's crossing over Interstate 20 right now, or literally just crossed it. And this is heading towards 465 here. Hey, I'm praying for a sunny day, April 25th. For traveling, going to go help my mom and dad has Alzheimer's and give her a break. Not that she takes it, but easier to happen. All right, so we have a tornado warning that we're tracking on this storm and portions of Louisiana that's heading into Mississippi through the noon time frame. This area circulation that's coming out just crossed over I-20 that's moving northeast. So if we really zoom in, this is the area of interest right here that has some rotation with it. All right, looks like we got another tornado warning that just got issued. This is going to be for Eagles Bend area, Redwood, Mississippi, until 12:15. It was literally just issued 30 seconds ago. It's a brand new tornado warning that literally just popped up. It's coming out of that same circulation. This is the new warning. So we got a severe thunderstorm that was located, capable of producing a tornado near the Tallulah area, moving northeast at 40. Areas of interest are Eagle Bend at 11:35, the Redwood area around 11:50, the Oak Ridge area around 11:55. So this is all activity moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado that just popped up from a lot of the same circulation dynamics that's coming out of that other system. Tallulah. I know I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Hey, did you get any rest? Take care of yourself. It's very important. Yes, I was definitely tired last night. I didn't really eat much. I got more. I was more prepared today. I think I maybe ran out of time, and I was promising to come on at noon, and I quite hadn't finished lunch yet. But no, I ate a lot for dinner, and then I had a big breakfast. So I'm pretty fueled up for today. Hey, I lived in Belton. Oh, hey, Bev. Hope you're enjoying all the snow up there in Montana. For a while, and was surprised at how much the weather attacks. Yeah, so this whole area is definitely showing signs of rotation that's coming out of the Vicksburg area. Hey, West Tennessee looks to be in the crosshairs around 3 o'clock, starting in Memphis and marching northeast. The snow is disappearing. Yeah, you need another cold front. All right, so we're on this storm right now. So we have an active tornado warning as we speak that's showing signs of rotation. So we're watching this. We're watching this unfold as we speak. Looks like we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued 4 minutes ago, coming out of the same area of the Vicksburg, Mississippi, the Beechwood, Mississippi, until 11:45. That storm contains about 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. With that particular cell, it's essentially on top of the tornado warning. So this is the area that has a severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses a lot of the same areas it's under the tornado warning. Yeah, because they're literally on top of each other here. Yeah, to me, it looks like there's new circulation that's just forming near the Thomastown area. Like someone mentioned, like, yeah, like it split, like it had this vortice. One went to the left that kind of dissipated, one went to the right that looks like it's kind of getting its act together again. Hey, I love snow. We got more than we ever think we could. I even love the cold. My mom thinks I'm weird. Hey, thanks for the coverage yesterday. We had 4 tornado warnings within hours of Marlin, Texas. Your reporting was awesome. Hey, you're welcome. Please order some snow. Yeah, no, I mean, you're up in Montana. I mean, it's only March, so you're not done. You know, you're not done yet. You get some more, you're going to get some more snow. Oh, good. Yeah, the one near Waco yesterday, they got hit by the tornado. Is up the radar. Of course, there's nothing happening today down there, but the radar is back up. All right. All right, so we're just watching this activity unfold. Where right now we have one active tornado warning. Okay, so we do have a our first observed tornado on the ground as we speak. So yes, it was this area that was right here that looks like it kind of split and then built to the south side. We have our first confirmed tornado of the day. This is a brand new tornado, observed tornado now at 11:27. As of 2 minutes ago, the confirmed tornado was located 7 miles south of Eagle Bend or 9 miles northwest of Vicksburg. And so 9 miles northwest of Vicksburg, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So locations are going to be the Redwood area around 11:45, as well as the Oak Ridge area at 11:55. So this is an observed tornado that is on the ground. So you definitely need to be in your safe zone. If you live anywhere near the Redwood area by 11:45, it should be near your area in Redwood by 11:45. Oak Ridge around 11:55 as this is moving off into the northeast. So right here, it's going to be near. Here's Redwood. If we can zoom in, this is the circulation that we're concerned about with the tornado that is on the ground heading towards the Redwood area by 11:45. You can see it's between almost by Vicksburg here that it crossed over Interstate 20, heading northeast, and should be in this vicinity by around 11:45. Let me stop it so I can show you. All right. So this is the area of concern that's heading towards Redwood. It's about 7 miles south of Eagle Bend. This is all lifting off into the northeast. So this is Highway 465. There's Blakely. There's the Redwood area. This is the observed tornado that's moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. And these are the areas that are in its path. So if you live in the tornado warning area, you need to be in your safe zone right now with our first active tornado that's on the ground right now. Oh yeah, so it's actually showing a debris ball with this system too. So this is growing in intensity. This is going to be a fairly large tornado with a debris ball showing up on the radar here, just south of Eagle Bend. So if you live near Redwood, take cover now because you got a dangerous tornado heading your way. Hey, I look at some of the tornado warnings issued last night, and it's early morning. One long track supercell was located. A tornado warning was continuously for about 325 miles east of San Antonio to Shreveport. Yeah, I'll retweet that so you can actually see that. That was from last night. Oh, it looks like we've got possibly another confirmed death coming out of Marshall County and Buncombe Creek area in Marshall County in Texas from a tornado last night. All right, so right now we're following this active tornado that is on the ground that's moving across 61 here. That'll eventually move across 61, heading towards the Redwood area. It shows an active debris ball lifting up in the atmosphere. That's typically a sign of stronger rotation. And then it's all moving northeast towards the Redwood area along. So here's Wash, and there's Blakely and Redwood by 11:45. It looks like we got confirmed from last night, Kingston, Oklahoma, a rating from the National Weather Service from Kingston, Oklahoma. I found EF2 damage, which also affected parts of Marshall and Johnson counties yesterday. So we have a confirmed tornado yesterday that the National Weather Service just put out their damage report, and they did in fact confirm that particular cell was an EF2 tornado near the Oklahoma area, Kingston, Oklahoma. So we're still watching this area. Okay, so it's losing its luster a little bit. It's definitely not as pronounced as it was. It still has the circulation for sure. Hey, Stormy, welcome back. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we're watching this confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, crossing south of Eagles Bend. Excuse me. And it's heading towards in between Wash and, say, the Redwood area. This is the area of circulation that has the observed tornado on the ground right now, heading towards the Redwood area. And eventually, this is all lifting off into the northeast. I was gone for like 3 minutes. All right. All right, so this is the observed tornado that is on the ground as we speak. Tornado warning, observed tornado warning for Redwood, Mississippi, for this area of circulation that we're looking at right now. We've been following this storm for the last 5 to 10 minutes with this observed tornado. It's still showing that it's on the ground. Heading towards the Redwood area. This is area right here. I mean, this is still showing a rotation on the ground right here in this area right here. There's 465. This is Highway 3. It's about to cross. Let's see, Highway 61 near the Redwood area in approximately about 6 minutes. Looks like 56 tornado warnings were issued yesterday and Texas overall. So out of the 56 warnings, preliminary totals were 21 reported tornadoes yesterday in Texas. Yeah, so the number is still 22. Just looking at the latest update, 22 reported tornadoes as of right at this moment, yesterday. Yeah, so we're still watching this very concerning supercell. It even may be gaining in intensity here. This is the area of interest that has the confirmed circulation on the ground right now. That's moving towards the Redwood and between Walsh area as we speak. If you zoom out, you can actually see it better. I circled the area of rotation as this is lifting off into the northeast, and it looks to be taking Redwood taking a direct hit from the system shortly. All right, so it looks like we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get it. So it's the same. It's the same area that has the tornado warning attached to it, but it could have a possible tornado that comes out of that same system that has the observed tornado on the ground. This was at 11:41. A severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from onward to near Redwood, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. You could have some 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. So that storm is going to be near Valley Park around 11:45, the Oak Ridge area 11:50, the Holly Bluff in Phoenix near 12:05, Tinsley around 12:20, Little Yazoo around 12:25, Yazoo City at 12:30, and other areas, Mileyville around 12:35. So you can expect some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail. This is on top of that tornado warned supercell that's looks to impact the Redwood area here shortly. Yeah, so the rotation is almost right on top of Redwood now. It was guesstimated 11:45. It's 11:44. You can see the circulation, crossing 61 here, in between Redwood and Walsh. Hey, there's my Twitter handle again, so you can follow on Twitter if you don't always already follow. I'll be posting all the latest watches and warnings and any storm damage from yesterday, any storm reports, any updates from yesterday's storms, as well as anything that's today. New warnings that are coming out that we'll go over here. But yeah, 56 tornado warnings yesterday in Texas. That's a lot. And 22 of those were reported tornadoes so far. And obviously they're confirming, as they're assessing the damage, they're confirming. So thanks so much for everybody tuning in to the live stream this morning. So I think I'm fully expecting things to get a lot more active this afternoon, as more daytime heating kicks in. And so I think this is kind of only the beginning of a lot more active day as we head deeper into the day this afternoon. You can see that last frame now. It's you see it kind of washing out. It kind of fanned out. It flattened out as literally it's crossing over Redwood and Walsh. That it's lost the circulation. Yeah, I was noticing that. So now that the tornado warning has subsided, we're going to go back and look at the update from the Storm Prediction Center of the latest outlook for on the severe weather threat for today because they just updated the risk zones, and it looks like we've got some possible expansions a little bit, maybe just a tad bit, not terribly too much, but this is the new risk zone the Storm Prediction Center just put out like a minute ago. It still has the moderate risk in the areas. Hey Diane, thanks so much. Yeah, so if anything, it looks like this moderate risk sort of got expanded a little bit. It still includes the Lafayette area into Baton Rouge, down here into Hattiesburg, into Meridian, into Jackson, into Vicksburg, where it is now, Philadelphia, Meridian, Starkville, Columbus. It might have got expanded just a tad bit further north into West Point. And the enhanced risk also maybe a tad bit further north. It looks like it's just an expansion altogether of from the enhanced risk, essentially from New Orleans to Gulfport, Mississippi to Mobile, as well as Tuscaloosa through Tupelo. And I think for the most part, that's where a lot of this is going to be bleeding into your Tuesday timeframe, or at least later tonight, going into the overnight on Tuesday. They'll be extending the tornado watch as we get closer to probably 6, 7 o'clock time frame into Alabama, but I'm not expecting too much activity before then, unless we get some of these discrete supercells that come up from the south, and those are the ones that we have to be concerned about. Yeah, let's look at the tornado risk and see if that was expanded. Yeah, it appears everything has just been slightly expanded as it's moving east. You still got the favorite areas for wind. Yeah, that was even expanded as well. See, within this black shaded area, you've got the favored zone for those higher wind gusts, those 70, 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Some of those are what you're seeing now, which is some 70 mile per hour storms. I think we'll probably see some 80, probably 90 mile per hour type storms, straight line wind damage as we get deeper into the afternoon. And the main areas would be within this black shaded box here and within this black shaded zone. All right, so so that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, and we can go over the heavier rain threat as well, because there's also a heavier rain threat. This is what you're looking at is just the overall rain threat. This is a moderate risk. So under this moderate risk, you're going to be picking up, and that's why they've got some flash flood watches in place. But yeah, the flooding is going to be another concern from these supercells. So this whole area in the moderate risk could pick up easily 4 inches of rain throughout the afternoon. Within this zone. So not only are you going to be dealing with the stronger type tornadoes, the heavier wind gust, but the flash flooding threat is another component that is very dangerous if you're caught in it. So you need to be aware of that. You also have that moderate risk for flash flooding. 2 to 4 inch criteria here in the moderate risk. Isolated areas of 6 inches or greater is not out of the question with training bands. And then even in the slight risk, on average, you've got about 1 to 2 inches within this yellow shaded area. But then isolated amounts of 3 to 4 is not out of the question within the yellow shaded band. So these areas are going to be picking up pretty significant rainfall along with the severe storms. All right, so we're still going to be watching this tornado threat that's coming out of this cell. It was observed earlier, but right now that has subsided. So they still have the warning in place until 12:45. It's back down to a radar indicated tornado coming out of this supercell that's impacted towards the Redwood area, but it's lost its circulation as it passed through Redwood. And so, but when you have a circulation, you sometimes you have pulse ups and pulse downs, and that's what we're seeing. So it kind of flattened out as it hit between Redwood and Walsh. Now it's continuing its path, and it looks like it's trying to maybe regenerate again and maybe recycle its circulation back into play. Hey, I'll leave this moving. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. I heard the microwave. Oh, that's my wife. She's probably cooking lunch. Hot pockets ready. I'm not sure what she's making. She might got an Amazon order or something, and I think she's opening up an Amazon package right now. And then it's probably just she's a lot of salad. So maybe make one of those salads. No, she's been at the house. I mean, ever since the whole pandemic thing. They stayed home, and then she just never went back. So that's a good thing. She don't have to drive anymore. She just works from home. All right, so we're watching. Looks like we've got another tornado warning that came out of that cell. It's another tornado warning that just got issued. Radar indicated tornado at 11:54. Severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. Was located along a line extending from 7 miles southwest of Holly Bluff to 8 miles east of Valley Park to near Oak Ridge, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This goes on until 1 o'clock. So this is that same type circulation that's produced a tornado earlier that now went radar indicated, as well as the same type circulation is now shifting further off into the northeast. So locations in its path are the Holly Bluff area around noontime, the Phoenix area around 12:05, the Little Yazoo and Tinsley area about 12:20, Yazoo City at about 12:25, Marleyville around 12:30, Benton 12:35, and Vaughn 12:45. So those are the areas that have a radar indicated tornado for essentially Yazoo County in central Mississippi and southeastern Sharkey County and west central Mississippi. So those are the areas that are under the gun to seeing some tornadic supercell that's going to be impacting your area shortly. Hey, Morgan. Hey, my family's from Yazoo City. Hey, good wife, can you tell her to make you a sandwich? She did yesterday. I just never I never took the time to eat it. I ate the banana, but I never ate the sandwich. Yeah, Yazoo City is a tornado magnet. There definitely has been a lot of tornadoes in Yazoo City, that's for sure. All right, so we're watching two active tornado warnings currently, as we speak, showing signs of rotation on radar. Nothing observed like we saw earlier, but we're seeing subtle signs of rotation still come out of this same area as it's moving towards the Yazoo City area. So we zoom in. This is 49 right here. This is all lifting off northeast. You can see the circulation earlier was really pronounced, then it faded as it crossed over Redwood, and now it's shifting further northeast, and it still doesn't have a pronounced circulation with it. All right, so we're watching. We're watching two active tornado warnings as we speak. It's from the same circulation that produced a tornado, our first confirmed observed tornado on the ground as of today. And then now we have two radar indicated active tornado warnings associated with that same circulation as it's moving northeast. Yeah, so I'll retweet this tornado warning on my Twitter feed so you can have a visual. All right, so if we zoom out, let's just zoom out and look at the big picture of what's happening right now. All right, so we see all this activity that's essentially moving out of Texas. The rain is completely over for Texas, and then we're focused on Louisiana and portions of Mississippi here, as we have an extension of this tornado watch that got extended earlier that goes on until 7 o'clock. So we have this main line of storms that's producing all the activity, but we also have all this discrete type activity that's forming out of the head of the main line, that we have to be really concerned about as we get deeper into the afternoon. We're hitting 12 o'clock now. It's Eastern time zone over here, so you're talking 1 o'clock. So you're getting towards the higher heat of the day now. So you're going to be seeing a little bit more activity starting to bubble up. And then once this low level jet really starts to gets entrenched in this setup, I think we'll have more, activity really bubble up as we get deeper into the afternoon. And this is really the area that I'm really most concerned about for the strongest tornadoes and the longer track type tornado type activity. All right, so that new tornado warning that just got issued, it goes on until 1 o'clock. So that was the area that we talked about earlier. That was at 11:54. As of 10 minutes ago, was 7 miles southwest of Holly Bluff, or 8 miles east of the Valley Park area near Oak Ridge, moving at 50 miles an hour. So this is that same area that's coming out of Redwood, Mississippi, that's moving further northeast. And Yazoo City is in its path. Yeah, latest HRRR shows some intense supercell development possible from New Orleans to Hattiesburg to Meridian late this afternoon. Tornado watch likely to be extended into northeastern Mississippi and northwestern Alabama, according to the latest mesoscale discussion. Okay, yeah, I can put the discussion on here. Okay, so all right, so we're watching these two active severe tornado warnings that's coming out of Vicksburg out of Redwood, that's heading towards Yazoo City area, and this whole activity is all shifting off into the northeast. Yeah, so it looks like we've got a mesoscale discussion, a possible watch, an extension of the tornado watch being issued for further northern Mississippi and northwest Alabama for this area that's lifting northeast of this instability looks to be added to the tornado watch. Right now, it's got an 80% chance of being added over the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Yeah, they talked about we're getting a lot of filtered sunshine with all these separation of cells. Upper level clouds have warm temperatures in the upper 60s. For northern Mississippi and Alabama, more importantly, dew points, which have began the day in the low 40s, have now risen to the low 50s. That's what happened in Texas. I mean, we went from, I'll just give you an example. Like DFW went from 42 dew point, like around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And then by 6, 7 o'clock at night, you're talking, it went to 68. So you went from 42 to 68 within that 12-hour window. And that's the same kind of dynamics as what's happening now. So you have your lower dew points in the 40s now rising into the low 50s. 55 degrees is kind of your threshold where you can have the air a lot more saturated. Obviously, higher than that, it's more saturated. So once these dew points get into the 60s, 62, 65, 68, by deeper into the afternoon, some of these areas down further south could be even approaching 70. So that's what's the concern with this system, as these rapidly accelerating dew points and the moisture in the atmosphere gets entrenched in this low level jet. Gonna be make these more severe as we get deeper into the afternoon hours. Hey Frank, sun is shining in Lawrence County, Mississippi. Yeah, the sun on a day like this is definitely not a good day. You want the sun, but you don't want it at ahead of a main storm. You want it behind you. At ahead of you, that always adds fuel to the fire. Yeah, dew point is 70 in Jayus, Mississippi. Okay, so that's south of Jackson. North of New Orleans. So you're talking. Just trying to find it. Okay, so it's further south. So that just kind of shows you, all the areas of instability, and those dew points, those higher dew points, will be lifting further and further north as we get deeper into the afternoon. It really depends on the dynamics, Bev. But yeah, I mean, on a day like this where you have a strong low level jet and you don't really have a cap in place, um, yeah, I mean, for sure, out ahead of the storm. The sun is always bad. I know from here, it's always the days that are like clear as a bell, where there's not like any cloud in the sky, and then you got all the severe weather threat that comes in the afternoon hours. All right, so we got those two active tornado warnings that are still unfolding as we speak on top of each other. One encompasses, they both end at 1 o'clock. One encompasses the at 12:08. There was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Edwards, or 13 miles southeast of Redwood. So it was near Redwood. Now it's 13 miles southeast of Redwood, moving 55 miles an hour. Locations in its path are Bolton, 1220, Brownsville, 1225, Flora, 1235, Madison, 1245, Canton, 1250 time frame for this radar indicated tornado. And it's and it's still showing that circulation even southeast of Vicksburg. It's still showing more circulation back behind, just to the southeast of the tornado warnings currently. All right, so here's the other tornado warning that's currently active as of okay, so this looks like confirmed now. So we have a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado producing storm was located along a line of an extending from 6 miles east of Holly Bluff to near Tinsley to near Phoenix, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So it's a damaging tornadoes. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornadic supercell. Locations in its path are going to be Tinsley at 1220, Yazoo City and Little Yazoo at 1225. So in the next 12 minutes, the Meyerville area at 1230, Benton at 1235, and Vaughn at 1250 for a confirmed tornado that is on the ground heading towards in Yazoo County, heading towards Yazoo City at 1225 from this vantage point. So let's look at this. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. So this is the area of concern of all the rotation that we're looking at here, heading towards right on top of Yazoo City here. This storm that's crossing 49W, heading towards the Eden area, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is another observed tornado from weather spotters have confirmed this tornado that is on the ground currently right now as we speak. So this is your second observed tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. Another tornado warning, Centuria has been confirmed, likely tornado moving in that direction. Yeah, we could have two at the same time here now because there's more circulation that's forming on this little couplet here. We could have two actual tornadoes right now. All right, so right now we're focused on this observed tornado that's impacting the Yazoo City area as we speak. Hey, heads up, Lexington, Mississippi, and Durant, Mississippi. Has the Southwest states ever had tornadoes? Like ever? I know I posted that one time. It's very rare, but it's had tornadoes, but not. It's very rare. All right, so we're watching this circulation that's near Yazoo City as we speak, with an observed tornado that's on the ground. You can see the circulation pretty much right there in and around the Yazoo City area. April 1, last days. Oh, wow. Yeah. All right, so we're heading over to this area in Mississippi that has a observed tornado, and on the ground right now in Yazoo City. You need to be in your safe zone. It's definitely showing signs of rotation still on the ground, really impacting um, right here. So we're crossing 49W. We're heading northeast. Areas of interest are going to be towards the in between Benton and Eden, as this is lifting off into the northeast. Hey, Lizzie. Hey, two more concerning areas of rotation now. Could have three or four tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing those four spots now. Let me zoom out. So we've got one spot, basically southwest. So essentially by the Port Gibson area, of some circulation down here, and that's moving northeast. I can just put this one on. Yeah, so this right here could be some circulation trying to form within this area. These are developing cells. Um, and actually looks like a watermark on the camera. Tornado Alley is Mississippi. Glad this channel is here. Hey, Donna. Hey, thanks for watching. What's up, Sandy? All right. All right, so we have another tornado warning that just got issued, brand new tornado warning for Madison, Mississippi, Ridgeland, Mississippi, Canton, Mississippi at 1 o'clock. Another radar indicated tornado that just developed, and looks like maybe that one's at that was the 1211 one. Maybe it just hadn't popped up on the software yet. So it just got issued about 30 seconds ago. Brand new tornado warning until 1 o'clock p.m. for Richland, Mississippi, Canton, Mississippi, and into the Madison area. Quarter size hail, radar indicated tornado. Locations in its path are going to be Bolton, Brownsville, Flora, Canton, Madison. Those areas are under the gun. Just seeing our tornadic supercell lifting off into the northeast. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to our confirmed observed tornado here. All right, so the area of interest is coming out of Yazoo City. That showing an observed tornado. Storm spotter spotted observed tornado near this area. It had definite circulation earlier. It looks like it's flattened out some now. Hey, Carissa. What's going on in Collin County, Texas? I heard that there were tornado sirens going off in Plano. Probably malfunction. There's nothing going on in Plano, Texas. A lot of sun. It's probably a malfunction. I think that happened the other night in Plano, so maybe they're trying to test the system. I'm not 100% certain, but there's nothing going on in Plano, Texas. All right, so right now we've got four areas of interest that are showing signs of circulation. We've got 2 active tornado warnings currently as we speak. One of them has an observed tornado on the ground near the Yazoo City area. So this is another. Here's the other tornado warning that we're also tracking. This is a radar indicated tornado at 1220. These are the locations near Brownsville, 14 miles northwest of Clinton, moving at 50 miles an hour. This dangerous storm is going to be near Flora around 1230. In about the next 5 minutes, Annandale at 1240, as well as Canton around 1245. So this was as of 1220. So in the next 25 minutes, this area of rotation is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. I know, Ross, right? It's a huge area. I think these are moving so quick, but that's a big area to be put out under a tornado warning. Yeah, both warnings go on for another 33 more minutes. As the Yazoo City one, it looks like it's flattened out a little bit. Okay, so this is the area of rotation right here near Yazoo City. It's going to be near Benton around 12:30. So in the next 3 minutes out of this storm, and and then eventually head over to Vaughn. And I think another area in its path is heading towards the Pixton, up the Pickens area. So here's Vaughn, and then here's Pickens. So this is the area that's going to be potentially crossing over as it's moving east northeast. But yeah, there's four areas of circulation that we're kind of watching at the moment. So yeah, it's 12:30, so it's definitely getting more active than what it was this morning. All right. All right, so let's zoom back into the Yazoo City area and see where this circulation is coming out of this area. So if we zoom into Benton, so the area of circulation is literally like right on top of Benton now. It's 12:30, and we're watching this area of instability crossing over Benton, and then by 12:48, it'll be near Fort Dyke, but it's heading towards Evans. Evans and Midway would be your next cities. Looks like around 1 o'clock, one or two fast moving, long lived storms with potential to produce strong tornadoes may gradually emerge through 1 to 4 p.m. That's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. As we get deeper into the afternoon, this area right here that's kind of circled is a little bit more favored area as kind of one or two fast moving systems. Generally, stronger tornadoes will likely be developing within this area and this blue shaded area that I'm highlighting here as we get during peak heating of the afternoon. So it's coming out of Jackson into McCombs, into Hattiesburg, into Meridian, up here into Philadelphia and Starkville. That is going to be your next area of concern. And some of these could be very, very strong tornadoes and even possibly one or two, maybe even long track type tornadoes that might develop as this low level jet is going to be hitting, during those more peaker times of the day of the heating. Higher dew points just brings more fuel to these storms. So if you got friends and family that live within this area, Meridian, Hattiesburg, all these areas are going to be under the gun for the strongest tornado potential this afternoon. There's also another flash flood warning that just got issued until 3:30. So so those some areas that are under a moderate risk for excessive rainfall are under portions of a flash flooded warning now. A dangerous combination of flash flooding and severe weather remains likely across portions of the South. Significant impacts are likely, especially within the moderate risk zones and areas that could be looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain with some isolated totals of 6 to 9 inches of rain. And some of these areas where these training supercells take place, this is on top of some of the strong tornadoes and some of the some of the hail, some quarter size hail with it as well. Looks like we're back to an observed tornado here. Looks like the tornado pulls back up at 12:23. Tornado producing storm located near the line of extending 8 miles southeast of midnight near Yazoo City to 7 miles east of Phoenix. Is moving at 50 miles an hour. So weather confirmed spotter tornado with this supercell. So this is the same area that kind of pulsed up earlier, then pulsed down. Looks like it's producing another tornado now as it's moving across at 50 miles an hour to the northeast. So it's moving right over Benton. That's where it's at now, and the circulation will continue to northeast through the Vaughn area by around 12:55, maybe east southeast. right. All right, so that was a tornado warning earlier in Madison, Richland, Mississippi, as well as Canton, Mississippi. So I just retweeted that new tornado warning taking place. When I think about QA's signature. Yeah, so I'm going to retweet a picture from Austin yesterday. That was a tornado because we had a confirmed tornado near the Austin area that went dangerously close to the Texas A&M uh, University down there near Austin, as well as College Station. All right, so there's the circulation over Benton right now, and this is all moving. This is all moving across. The next city is going to be Evans. That the next city's in its path is going to be Evans, and then eventually head towards the Vaughn and the Pickens area. 2 people dead in Kingston, Texoma area. That's as of late. Yeah, I did see one. So there was another passing because I know the National Weather Service confirmed that was an EF2 tornado yesterday in Kingston. Oh wow! So yeah, you can actually see this solid line now. You see it's really pronounced with this very strong line of straight line winds here. Yeah, this is some powerful winds that are really developing now out ahead of this main line. I mean, tornado or not, I mean, these straight line winds can do just as much damage as in an EF1 tornado could. Yeah, these winds are probably clocking 80, 90 miles an hour with the way the this line looks. Hey, what's the Twitter? I'll post it again. All right, so here's that's my Twitter account, BJ. Yeah, so you can go on there, and so I'm posting any. All right, so it looks like they've extended the tornado watch a little bit. That includes further north and further east. The extension of the tornado watch. Let me take this off because that was the flooding. All right, so brand new tornado watch for parts of Alabama and Mississippi until 7 o'clock. This same line, so basically it's an extension that includes the Tuscaloosa area. So we've got Thomasville, Tuscaloosa, into Jasper, into Hamilton, Decatur, Florence, into Tupelo, as well as Corinth, into Oxford. Those are going to be the new areas that are going to be under the newest tornado watch, which is essentially an extension of this one. But it's going to be encompassing areas further north. This is where the Storm Prediction Center was saying, hey, there's an 80% chance of they're going to issue the watch, and they went ahead and did that. So now it's issued, and so now you have areas further north. Now Tupelo is going to be within the watch area now between now and 7 o'clock, and then Tuscaloosa, just a bit, a little bit further areas further off into the east. Tuscaloosa into Jasper into Hamilton for these, isolated discrete cells that form out ahead of the main line. So this yellow shaded box expires at 7. They just basically extended the tornado watch, this particular tornado watch. All right, so we're going to be watching this activity 2 by Hattiesburg, and see if this activity begins to generate. Let me take this other one off. Just feel like you can see it better without all that cluttering up the radar. All right, so it appears we have 2 now, two observed tornadoes that are on the ground. We have that, we have the Yazoo City one, but we have another one that was confirmed at 12:39, was located along the Big Black River near Meyerville, or 12 miles west of Canton, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Areas of rotation was just located just southeast of, and then a tornadic supercell will remain in many rural areas for southeastern Yazoo and northeastern Hines and southeastern Madison County. So this is a confirmed kind of observed tornado now, with a damaging tornado with a quarter size hail associated with it, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So you can see it really flying. So we've got two tornadoes on the ground as we speak. All right, so this is another tornado warning, a new tornado warning. At 12:42, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located along a line extending from Tollerville to near Meyerville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So we're talking about Holmes County in central Mississippi, central Altala County in central Mississippi. That was put out by the National Weather Service at 12:43. So you're talking so it'll eventually head towards the Bowling Green area by 110, Emory by 115, and the Newport area around 120. So we have 2 observed tornadoes that are on the ground right now. On top of this huge damaging straight line wind threat that's moving in as well. You can see how far the straight line winds go, almost to Jackson here, and all the way near Greenwood. This is a pretty long area of straight line winds are starting to really bow out here. You can almost see the arc. Yeah, so we're watching this area in blue of the straight line winds that are pushing out of this supercell. So on top of the two observed tornadoes we currently have right now, we still have a damaging wind threat that is associated with this supercell that's moving off into the northeast. All right, so we got three active tornado warnings currently. One has two observed tornadoes with it. Uh, yeah, wow. Without the velocity view, I mean, you can really see this bow echo really starting to push further out, and obviously the more it bows out, the more dangerous it's going to get with these straight line winds. So we're seeing numerous tornado warnings that are popping up. We've got two observed tornadoes along this line, and a very intense squall line is moving towards the Canton area, deeper into Mississippi here. That's coming out of Yazoo City. Yeah, new tornado warning, Carthage, Mississippi, Redwater, as well as Freeney, Mississippi, until 1:45. The that observed tornado that is on the ground right now. So we've got four now. That's a brand new tornado warning that just got issued at 12:46. 12:46, tornado producing storm was located along a line extending from near to near Gluckstadt, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. We're talking about places western Leake County, northeastern Madison County, and central Mississippi. At 12:46, this goes on until 11:45. So locations in the area that need to be in their safe zone. This is an observed tornado that is on the ground. There's three of them currently right on the ground right now. Into Way around 12:50, Sharon and Cameron around 1 o'clock, Farm Haven and Camden around 1:05, Thomastown 1:15, Carthage and Singleton around 11:25 this afternoon. So if you got friends, family that live in those areas, text them, call them, let them know they've got a confirmed tornado that's going to be in your area that need to be taken shelter immediately. Get in your safe zone until this storm passes. This is a tornadic supercell that's has a confirmed tornado that's on the ground moving in your area. Yeah, so if we zoom out, I mean, they're really stacking up now. I mean, where this bow echo is, they're really stacking up. One, two, three, four active tornado warnings as these massive straight line winds. On top of that, very active low level jet now is really cranking as we get deeper into the afternoon hours. All right, so let's move a little bit further. Mm. Yeah, let me switch gears and let's switch radars here. All right, okay, so we've got you can see this a little bit better on this radar here that I'm showing of these tornadic supercells that are really starting to line up. So if we really zoom in here, so these are the areas of interest. You can almost see in the Madison area, we have a nasty hook. I mean, this developing tornado right right over between Ridgeland and Madison almost has like a little hook. You can see it on the last frame, right? So it's dropping out of Canton. It's heading right over Madison, and this is your tornado right here that has a pretty significant hook that's coming out of the Madison area that's lifting off to the east northeast. All right, so this is going to be expiring in about 5 minutes. I would probably say they're more than likely going to be extending this particular tornado warning based on the radar that's coming out of this. But you can definitely see this whole area is really rotating now. One, two, three, four areas of rotation within these supercells that are racing across northeastward. All right, so we got one, two, three. All right, so we got three observed tornadoes, and now we have six active warnings. So this is one, two, three, four, five, six. So we have six active tornado warnings right now as we speak in the Mississippi area. Uh, the observed tornadoes are going to be in Madison, where we saw that little hook into the Leak, Mississippi area. And then we also have that other one near Hines, Mississippi. Yeah, so this is coming out of Madison. This is a definite hook right here that's forming on radar where the confirmed tornado is racing across into the northeast here. Yeah, if we zoom out, I mean, look at this line. It's very indicative. I mean, that's a nasty line here. I don't know how far that real estate is, but I mean, you get, to basically get a derecho type of event. It's nothing like that, but you're talking 240 miles. But that's a pretty good chunk of real estate and mileage wise with a longevity of these straight line winds. that are racing across. Hey, I have a really bad feeling about that cell just east of Bassfield. You can see the strong mesoscale cyclone circulation. Tornado watch was issued for northeastern Mississippi and all of western Alabama. Yeah, Stormy, you're right. If it's 1 o'clock, I mean, daytime heating, boom. I mean, these things are really igniting now. As we're getting towards the 1-2 o'clock time frame out there. All right, so that one cell is going to be expiring in 1 minute. I'm not really seeing too many storm chasers out there as of yet. I mean, have you seen much activity? There's not much. I'm not really seeing many storm chasers on these storms. All right, so we're watching several observed tornadoes as we speak. There's still one one observed tornado. Two of them lost its circulation, still radar indicated, but uh, it's the one out of Madison. It's the one out of Madison that still has the rotation with it, and you can see it's pretty evident right here with that little notch. Within that notch, that's where the areas is circulating. That's producing the tornado as we speak. You can see the bottom left hand corner of the screen. We've got two active flash flood warnings as well. Texas storm chasers are being hit with some extreme rain. Not sure where they are. Yeah, unless they're in Louisiana, they got some flash flood warnings down here. Hey, Stormy, you just made a fresh espresso. Cool. Yeah, you can see the flow here. As this active low level jet, really taps into this Gulf moisture, it's basically lifting it off the Gulf and building sporadic storms. And then where the dry line, the low level jet is, that's where the main instability is at the moment. And we're just seeing numerous storms pop, and some are rotating. We had three earlier. Now we're down to one confirmed tornado on the ground. But four active warnings currently as we speak. All right, so the one further to the north, as of 101, severe thunderstorms were capable of producing tornadoes, was located near and extending from Lexington near Goodman, near Way. That was moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Locations in its path are Goodman at 105, Durant 110, Emory at 115, and Hesterville around a 125 from this radar indicated tornado that's on the northern side. All right, so we're seeing this notch. It's trying to get rain wrapped a little bit. Maybe not as pronounced as it was. We're starting to get some rain entrenched in there. It's starting to flat out. It's starting to flat out. Yeah, it looks like the one over Madison is dying off. Yeah, it had some. It had this rain shaft moving in from the south. It got truded into the circulation, so I think it washed it out. Get some water. All right, so we're watching this active line as we speak, heading towards into deeper into Mississippi. We got a pretty nasty squall line extending from Crystal Springs to Jackson, all the way through Pickens, through Goodman. These strong straight line winds are producing some strong tornadic supercells. We had 3 observed tornadoes earlier at the exact same time. Now we're down to 4. We got 4 active tornado warnings currently as we speak. But only one is just had showing signs of that observed tornado coming out of Madison. I think even that one is maybe flattened out. I just interviewed Houston meteorologist in charge here in Crockett. He says the damage is consistent of an EF2 tornado with winds of around 125 miles an hour. That was about 20 minutes ago in Northwest Houston. from one of those last night tornadoes. It appears that we have confirmed damage of an EF2 tornado with winds up to about 125 miles an hour out of Crockett, Texas last night. All right. Hey, bad news bears, you're dating yourself, and me too for knowing. I believe the winds are crazy. Yes, those renegades in front of the storms are bad news bears. Yes, they are. I mean, look. I mean, look how they're separated. Yeah, those are going to be pretty nasty. Maybe later on. What's your all-time favorite weather movie? I mean, I know everybody's going to say Twister, right? When you watch a movie 100 times, you're probably thinking, okay, that's got to be my favorite weather movie. All right, let me switch radars again. All right, so we're looking at the big picture here. They went ahead and extended the tornado watch that goes until 7. This is the new extension on the tornado watch that encompasses the Tuscaloosa area, almost to Birmingham. But the main extension was further north into Tupelo, because you can see the direction of where these storms were going. They kind of had to extend it until 7 o'clock, because this whole activity that's bowing out here is all heading towards the Tupelo area. And then right now, it doesn't appear that New Orleans is somewhat kind of out of it right now, so they're fairly in a safer zone at the moment. All right, but we got 4 active tornado warnings currently. I mean, it's still showing this one's observed in near Madison, but I'm not seeing it myself. I think most of the circulation has subsided. But here, I'll put the cone on it. this area of interest here, heading towards Durant and eventually towards the Vest area within this cone, lifting off into the northeast. So if you zoom out, you can actually see it a little bit better. Hey, this is heading my way this evening. Stay safe, everyone. Sharknado is a guilty pleasure of mine. All right, it's 1:15. All right, put the motion on it. All right, it looks like we might have a new cell that trying to have some circulation out ahead of the main line. Yeah, this cell out of the just west of Laurel near Collins. This is showing signs of trying to rotate here. This is lifting northeast, so this is our first renegade that's trying to show signs of rotation here and getting a little bit better organized, as this is lifting northeast towards the Newton area. But we have 4 active tornado warnings as we speak. 3 radar indicated, and 1 that same rotation out of Madison is still showing signs of some rotation. Yeah, so that dangerous storm is going to be over the Star area at 110 or 120, and the Caddo area around 130, and the Jones area around 135 of this radar indicated rotation. So it had a confirmed tornado earlier, but now it's subsided now, and so we're not seeing that rotation anymore. Let me see. All right, so yeah, so we're watching four active tornado warnings as we speak. Nothing new at the moment. Yeah, but this whole line is really trying to get its act together as it's taking advantage of more daytime heating, and as it's pushing into more of a more instability. We're seeing more eruption in the atmosphere as these are all lifting off into the northeast. And then we also have three flash flood warnings as well. So this is another dangerous setup with very heavy rain. So this is also another component to this whole system. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavier rains across the warned area. Between 1/2 to 1 inch has already fallen. Additional amounts of 2 to 3 inches. Flash flooding can be expected. We're talking places northwestern, East Parish, Point Parish, West Feliciana Parish, West Central County, Mississippi. So these areas down here to the southeast have some flash flooding associated with it with these training bands. So there's three flash flood warnings. These are the areas that are under that moderate risk for excessive rainfall, as these supercells are taking advantage of those warm waters off the Gulf here. And then as we get deeper into the daytime heating, it's kind of wringing out the precipitation in a big way. And some of these are heavy rains, and it's coming in too fast. And so we're getting some flash flooding in the area down just to the southeast of their tornadic supercells. So it's just a nasty day. You got flooding, you got tornadoes, you got high winds. Um, you got all three components that spell trouble. Yeah, so we're still seeing that definite, even more pronounced than ever. I mean, this whole line is even more pronounced than we've seen it so far. This kind of bow echo of these straight line winds. This is why the Storm Prediction Center has issued like a 45% chance of a moderate risk for strong damaging winds. This is why, because these bow echo type setups that's unfolding as we speak, bringing probably 89, 90 mile per hour damaging winds with this main line, and then you have little isolated spin ups in its path as well. Oh wow. Hey, so I retweeted that tornado yesterday in Elgin, Texas. That looked to be really nasty. It was flying all this flying debris across the roadway. Uh, so I just shared a video of turned over a truck. You had to have massive, powerful winds. The truck was doing flips. Oh, and he was driving in it. Wow, I gotta watch that again. Wow. So this truck driver was this red truck. I mean, go on my Twitter feed and you can see it. This red truck was driving down the street. The tornado literally went over him and it flipped him. It literally flipped his truck upside down. Another surge came through, flipped his truck right side up, and then he drove away. Oh my gosh. Wow. Talk about lucky. And he still managed to drive away. He did a complete flip and then drove away. Unbelievable. All right, so this is a brand new tornado warning that just got extended out of that same supercell that's down to the southeast. So at 1:20, severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado was located along a line extending from LaFleur to near North Carrollton to 6 miles southwest of Baden, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So locations in the warning area are going to be Carroll County, Grenada County, Western Webster County, Montgomery County until 2:15 for this supercell. So locations are going to be impacting in Winona, Jefferson area around 125, so right in the next minute. Grenada, Duck Hill areas around 135. Sweetman around 145, Gore Springs at 150, and the Embry area around 205. That is a brand new tornado warning, radar indicated tornado that just got issued and that's lifting off into the northeast. So one, two, three, four, five, six. We're back to six tornado warnings now. So we have six active tornado warnings currently as we speak, moving out of Jackson here. All right, so here's the one further south at 114. We had a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes that was located extending along the line from Florence to Hopeville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So locations in its path of this storm are Piney Woods at 135 and to Johns around 140. All right, so I've got the high resolution and the velocity side by side here, so you can see the mix of all these circulations as these are moving across. A lot of this is going to be mixed in with the straight line wind component, but this is a very dangerous setup with this massive straight line winds extending a long ways, and this is kind of bowing out as it's arcing, moving east, and the northern side is moving northeast. Mm. I think I'm gonna grab me a protein bar. Here, I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab a protein bar. All right, so I got a protein bar and a Sprite. All right, so let's see where we stand with these storms. Is that another one? Another new tornado warning? Wow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 now active tornado warnings currently. The newest one is tornado warning for Walnut Grove, Mississippi, Lena Mississippi, and Tuscaloosa, Mississippi, until 2 o'clock this afternoon for another radar indicated tornado, all forming along all the same line. So Harperville's in the line of fire, Ludlow, as well as the Walnut Grove area, as well as Lena, until the 2 o'clock time frame, with this nasty squall line that's approaching your area. So this is all kind of lighting up now as we get deeper into the afternoon. Oh, your lights are flickering again? Yeah, so here's my there's a Twitter again. All right, so that's a new tornado warning that just got extended. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles southeast of Vidon to Hesterville near Thomastown, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So locations in this storm are going to be the Poplar Creek at 135, Zama at 145, Reform at about 2 o'clock, Sherwood area around 205, and then going into the Mill Creek area around 215. So that is another tornadic supercell along this same line that's producing these very damaging straight line winds, but also these spin up tornadoes that's occurring on this line here. Let's see if we can see this one. This is going to be expiring in 11 minutes, but this was a confirmed tornado, damaging tornado, radar indicated tornado. That was at 1:26 as of 8 minutes ago. That was extending from Thomastown to Ludlow, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Locations in its path are going to be that Singleton area at 1:35 and a minute from now, and Carthage at 1:45. So if we zoom in, and we can see the area that they're talking about, is this area back here that's coming out of Canton. That has the confirmed rotation with it. Keep weather on too. Listen for signs. Weather will not when it's okay to get out. Mm. All right, so let me look at this south component too. That expires in 10 minutes. Yeah, so we're back to 6 active tornado warnings currently right now. It's talking about those renegades saying high likelihood of a few long track supercells through the afternoon. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, so we're just watching all these areas out ahead of the main line, see if any of these will pop into the afternoon hours. What's wrong, Sonny? Hey, buddy. Yeah, a lot of times, near the coast, if you're able to get kind of, not like this, but if you're able to get more coverage to the south, like kind of if it fills in, if it totally completes like almost like a wall, then sometimes that can shut off like the inflow further north. But we're not seeing that. We're just seeing all this isolated type nature activity. And so if this stays like that, then that's going to be definitely a lot more susceptible for severe weather. But if we can get more of this to fill in, you know, kind of fill in some of these gaps, then that would actually help decrease and shut down the activity or at least not making it nearly as intense as it could be. But the longer these stay discreet, I mean, the longer these stay discreet, especially we get further into the afternoon, that's just going to put these storms a lot more susceptible to produce towering thunderstorms. Yeah, so I'm looking at some of these echo tops on some of these storms that's tornado warned. I mean, we're basically anywhere from 35 to say 40,000 feet with some of the highest storms that I'm seeing so far. Most of that is towards the west and the Vaden area that has some 40,000 foot cloud tops with that activity. Obviously, the higher the cloud top, the more severe it can possibly be. And then George back down here into Georgetown and to closer to Wesson also has some higher cloud tops as well. Um, okay, so yeah, so we're just eyeing this nasty cell that's moving across Mississippi here. It's got some very heavy rain over Jackson, moving out of Jackson. This whole line is just lit up along its corridor with six different uh, tornado warnings currently as we speak. And that's why they went ahead and extended their tornado watch up here near Tupelo, because that's basically exactly where it's going. It'll be just a matter of time, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. But it's definitely heading that way. And all this is just kind of really coming together now. Danny. Here we go. She's getting heavy. Here's Sunny. This is Sunny Halo. She's not as she's 21 pounds. There's my corgi puppy. 21 pounds, 7.5 months now, and she's just a ball of fur. She's been going through puppy school, so we have a girl that comes to the house once a week, or like maybe once every 2 weeks now. Kind of helps us train her. It's working, and so she's been a great dog, not getting into too much trouble. She did gnaw on the baseboard the other day, so, but hey. But other than that, that's about the only fault she's had so far. So, but right now she's gnawing on her bone, so she can't go wrong with that. So I also have a Jack Russell Terrier. So that's my new puppy, Corgi, and then I have a Jack Russell that she'll be she'll be 11 actually, second week in April. So that's why I was like, hey, it's probably a good time to get a new dog. And Jack Russells, we had one. We had another Jack Russell. He passed about three years ago. I think he was 12 or 13 at the time, and so now this one's 11. We've had that Jack Russell was a rescue. We've had her since two, so we've had her 9 years. And then the old dog passed 3 years ago, so we've had one dog for 3 years, and then we just added this one. Little Sunny. I know she grew up too fast. I mean, I picked her up. She was 6 pounds, and they say she's supposed to be full grown by the time she's 10 months. So we're only not that far away, right? We're only 2 months before she's full grown. So she's 21, 22 pounds. I think she'll max out around 25, 27 pounds. But she got the shortest little legs. You take her for walks, and you got all those rotations. She's good for about a mile, but after a mile, I'm like, come on, Sonny. So we kind of limit the walks to a mile for right now, and that's usually enough for her. As they say, a tired dog is a good dog. So right now she's chewing on her bone. Yeah, so we have Roxy, and as well as Sunny. Roxy and Sunny. All right, so we're watching, and you can see out ahead of it, they issued these new severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of the main line. At 1:42, there was a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was located near Ludlow, near the Piney Woods area, moving at 35 miles an hour. This is basically out ahead of the tornado warning. So locations that could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some possible quarter-size hail. And to the Willsboro area at 2 o'clock, the Harpersville area at 2:05, the White Oak area at 2:10, Prospect at 2:25, Scranton at around 2:40, and then Decatur around 2:45. So those areas are going to be hit with some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, some possible 1-inch hail. And as that same rotation enters the warned area, that's why they included a possible rotation within the cell, because we are seeing that active tornado warning near the Walnut Grove area, which also encompasses part of the severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, that's the southern storm. So we're watching this other new tornado warning. This still goes on to about another 44 minutes. This is at 1:05. This is a newer tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes was located along a line 7 miles southeast of Lodi to 8 miles west of Chester to near Zama, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So locations are Chester at 1:55, Euphoria at 2 o'clock, Sherwood at 2:05, and to Mill Creek around 2:15. So those areas need to be on the lookout for a radar indicated tornado that's had a history of producing, tornadoes in its path. So you got that same instability heading your way in those locations. So all those areas need to be taking shelter in your safe zone before while this storm passes. You almost feel like the northern flank here is trying to kind of outrun the southern flank. I mean, you can really see it here. It sort of bows out here. Yeah. So if I draw a line here, so you got basically right here, right? So you got the northern flank seems like it's pushing a little bit faster to the northeast, while you have this southern end of it that is not nearly pushing nearly as fast. So at some point, this piece of energy is going to kind of outrun it and get separated. While we're going to have this other piece of energy continue to push off further to the east rather than northeast. So I feel like this area is going to be separated. All right, that's a new. This is a new tornado warning that just got issued for Louisville, Mississippi, Euphoria, and Ackerman until 2:30 of this radar indicated tornado. So at 1:45, this is the newest tornado warning that just got issued until 2:30 p.m. for this area of instability that's coming out of and then moving across eastward. Yeah, it's just all mainly across this line. So as long as this line is really holding together, it's just producing tornadic storms one after another. Yeah, this northeast branch is really trying to separate itself. All right, let's zoom back further south and look at some of these other clusters down further south and see if we show any signs of more instability with these as these are continuing to lift up further to the north. Hey, looks like that cell that broke free from the line near Meridian is about to give it a go. Yeah, everything's north. It's not. There's no severe weather further south. It's mainly just all the heavier rain. There's no actually watches or warnings down here further south. It's all further north, right along this squall line here. Hey, weather on the go. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe it's a little too early to call that. Um, I don't think we're in the thick of it yet. Uh, some of these renegades trying to perform, but right now we're not seeing any activity from these renegades. That was probably the most concerning fact. Some of the high resolution guidance had some of these renegades forming out ahead of the main line. There are storms, obviously, but they're not turning severe. So if they can stay sub severe, then yes, it's not going to be nearly as an impactful day for sure. Because right now the main activity is along that squall line here. And I don't think we've seen anything that's been on the ground for any substantial period of time either. These are all been somewhat short lived. Yeah, but these storms are booking it at 65 miles an hour. That's really fast. It's getting picked up in that jet now, and they're really flying. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures from Round Rock yesterday. There's just a lot of damage from some drone footage coming out of Round Rock, Texas. Yeah, I think the storms are going to outrun the better instability by the time they move into Alabama for any too significant severe weather. It appears that way. I mean, when these things are moving that fast, you can clearly see this northern flank's trying to separate itself, while the southern flank is not really even severe. So, I mean, we're literally down to three. We're down to three tornado warnings now, and and there's nothing from that southern half of it where it's more of a further straight. It's not bowing out. Yeah, severe weather a lot of times just comes down to just dynamics in the atmosphere, and sometimes it comes down to like real time now time type casting. With of all there's so many ingredients that push and pull in the atmosphere to make it stronger or weaker. Either a lot of the dynamics come together at the last minute. Um, so you always have to forecast what the atmosphere is capable of. Not that it always comes to fruition. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything out here that's trying to turn severe anytime soon, really. Shear lift, instability, and moisture to forecast severe weather components. I like to use the acronym SLIM. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, you definitely got to have all four of those components. That's a good way to remember it. Hey, Jake. Oh, awesome. You had a great birthday yesterday. Hey, thanks for coming back on live with me. Thanks for watching last night. Hey, watching the clouds roll in, sitting on the porch in Florence. Thanks for being on. Hey, you're welcome. I always like to watch a good thunderstorm come in. I was surprised Houston didn't get hit too bad this morning, and it didn't flood that much. Yeah, I mean, Houston was technically under the slight risk for flooding. The more moderate risk was basically northeast of the Houston Metroplex. You got to remember it hit Houston too, and then the morning hours, right? They didn't have any. You weren't in the peak heating of the day. You was blown down a couple times from the winds. It looks like we had a spotter confirmation 6 miles south southeast of Newton, Mississippi. That he confirmed the tornado. Tornado was on the ground for about 3 to 5 miles to its west. That was the one earlier that we had an observed tornado. It looks like we have confirmation from a spotter that he's guesstimating that it was 6 miles south southeast of Newton. That it was on the ground for approximately 3 to 5 miles to its west. All right, so this tornado warning further south was let to expire. Now we just have those three. There's those three radar indicated tornadoes that are still in place from the Bow Echo event that's unfolding right now, and this is all lifting off towards the Tupelo, Mississippi area, which it's not that far away. So there's more than likely that when this tornado warning gets close to expiration, it's going to be extending into the Tupelo area, as well as Starkville into Columbus. I think that's why the Storm Prediction Center, because this area wasn't even in the tornado watch. As soon as this had signs of bowing, they went ahead and extended this early on. This goes on until 7. Because there was a noticeable shift of what was happening as this activity is moving northeast. It looks like today, I'm looking at the storm reports, we have one confirmed on there with that one earlier that had the debris signature that was near Vicksburg. That's the only one the Storm Prediction Center has on their site right now. as a reported tornado, and that one had plenty of debris associated with it. So that's probably going to be on the larger variety type tornado. But they're still at 22 tornadoes as from yesterday's storms. So I know they're going to be busy over the next couple of days, trying to figure out all this damage. All right, here's that storm out of Newton. So this is a brand new tornado warning issued at 2:01. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Newton, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So this is Newton County in central Mississippi, northwestern Launderville County, and central Mississippi. So the areas going to be impacted are Decatur around 215, Stratton around 220, into the Little Rock area around 225. This radar indicated tornado that's showing signs of rotation here, that's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Yeah, you can see that evident circulation for sure over near the Newton area. And this is all lifting northeast. Let me lift it up, make sure you can see that. Yeah, that was a pronounced circulation that was coming out of and heading right directly towards the Newton area. So here's the cone. It looks like locations in its path are going to be Decatur. This is Interstate 20. This is Interstate 20, Newton, Decatur, Union. Heading towards other cities could be Stratton, Rock Creek. There's the Union area. If it holds together, we're talking Spring Hill area around into North Bend at 245. So it could potentially, that rotation could be potentially in North Bend by around 2:44 this afternoon. But yeah, this is definitely a pronounced circulation happening right now over the city of Newton. Hey, interested in seeing once the low level jet really gets cranky late this afternoon, if it helps develop more severe weather in southern up Louisiana. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a little shocked that we haven't seen much on the severe front further south. Hey, pal, are you going to be doing a video on late spring and summer forecasting, looking at weather patterns that support more outbreaks and derechos? Well, I know. I mean, I know overall with a back-to-back La Nina and that kind of a warmer blob in the North Pacific, that sets up the troughs out off the West Coast. So typically on back-to-back La Nina years, you get the more favored tornadic supercells. You get more intense weather. You get bigger swings in temperatures. Obviously, La Nina is fairly dry. You got a lot of dry soils. That heats up quick once these systems move out. The ground heats up quick. The atmosphere heats up quick. And then you have, the cold air aloft coming back and then moving in to clash with that atmosphere and just brings a higher chance of severe weather and tornadoes as well. I can't say it's just going to be as bad as the 2011 year, but that's probably one of the favorite analogs this year is going into spring is 2011 as we head into summer. And obviously 2011 was a very active year. It is started off pretty strong so far this March. Very active March. We're gonna be taking a lull next week. I don't really see too much severe weather next week, but then it's probably going to be active again the following week, in the first week of April. Hey, hit one if Pal's your favorite weatherman. Hey, no pressure, huh? Hey, does the derecho season in the Midwest compare to 2012? Yeah, you got to realize, 2011 was your moderate La Nina. That's what we're in now, is a moderate La Nina. And so, yeah, there's a lot of similarities. But obviously you got 10 years separating. I was really hoping for more of an Enzo, or if not an El Nino. We're dying for it in El Nino, but that's not going to happen. That doesn't look likely. The last El Nino, full El Nino, was 2015. So yeah, we're looking at a dangerous storm. I mean, that's got to be a tornado on the ground with that circulation right there over Newton and heading towards Decatur. That's strong indication of a tornadic supercell on the ground right now, coming out of Newton into the Decatur area. This is a very dangerous storm. Everybody needs to be in their safe zone if you live in the path of this cone. Let me get some smaller cities. So it appears to be near Union, near Stratton, heading towards the Willoughby, Rock Creek, all those towns, Little Rock. Those areas are directly in the path of this. Looks to be a tornado that's on the ground right now with a lot of circulation associated with it. And this is going to be just extending into House and DeWeese areas. And eventually it's going to be crossing over Highway 16 here, Crossroad 16 of this supercell that's right now over the city of Decatur. And there's another newer tornado warning that just got issued. That was at 2:06, just to the south of there. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over White Oak, or 11 miles northeast of Mendenhall, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So we're talking northeastern Simpson County, northern Smith County. Areas in its path are Raleigh at 220, Burns at 225, Pineville at 235. No reports of a tornado on the ground just yet? Okay. I mean, it's showing definitely some pretty significant signal here. I mean, that area right here by Decatur, that's got to be some sort of circulation on the ground. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture, a well-defined wall cloud. This was 8 minutes ago, just southwest of Newton, Mississippi. I can't see if that's touching, but it appears to be at least a wall cloud in that area. Um, okay, spotter 8 minutes ago, tornado almost on the ground, 2 miles to my northwest. That was another 8 minutes ago, but I mean, it looks like it's a lot more pronounced now. There's got to be a tornado on the ground in Decatur. All right, so as of 51 minutes ago, that tornado warning over Decatur, Decatur, Hickory, Union, all those areas until 3 o'clock for this radar indicated tornado producing thunderstorm. As we're watching it unfold right here. All right, so located near White Oak or 15 miles northeast of Maggie, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this area is showing a lot of signs of rotation, and it appears to be on the ground myself. Coming out of Decatur, moving northeast. It's going to be over the city of Little Rock here in the next minute or two. Yeah, that's the storm we're on right now. Whether to go, I mean, that's what I'm seeing is this rotation near Newton and Decatur. Spotter 4 miles south of Lena. 4 miles south of Lena, multiple pine trees down, including damage to personal property. So that was spotter reported 4 miles south of Lena, Mississippi, at 2:15. There was multiple damage to pine trees, including damage to some personal property in the area. Yeah, Yeah, it looks like Round Rock hit hard yesterday. It's just a lot of damage coming out of the city of Round Rock from the storms yesterday. And there might be some rotation trying to form near Laurel. That one cell just north of Laurel is trying to turn tornadic here. Yeah, we might be seeing the beginnings of some of these renegades turning severe. Because we're starting to see a little bit more signs of rotation, especially just north of the Laurel area. All right, so we have four active tornado warnings currently right now as we speak. Two along that bow, and then two in the southern flank. That it was pretty calm until the last 10 minutes. These just popped up pretty quickly as we're seeing a little bit more activity starting to bubble up down here in these little renegades. Yeah, we have spoken too soon, it seems. That's what it seems like. Yeah, I went from nothing to pretty active in 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm seeing plenty of storm spotters on that Newton storm, but I'm not seeing any confirmation from them saying it touched. It still seems like there's a lot of circulation with that. I mean, there's got to be a tornado in there, unless it's really raining in that area. Okay, so it looks like we're getting some breaking news out of the North DFW Metroplex. Three confirmed tornadoes from yesterday. South and southeast of Decatur into Wise County. There was an EF0, 85-mile-per-hour tornado towards the River Oaks, which is northwest of Fort Worth into Tarrant County. Had an EF1 tornado with 100-mile-per-hour winds. And there was also another tornado near the southern Bell County into Williamson, and they're still investigating the exact maximum wind speed, but they can confirm there was a tornado. So it looks like The very early reports from yesterday, the National Weather Service is sending out their first damage reports from the storms from yesterday within the DFW Metroplex. That there were three three confirmed tornadoes so far. Mississippi. We're over Mississippi. If we zoom out, this is Newton, Mississippi, that has the active tornado warning currently right now. All this activity is shifting. This northern flank is shifting towards the Tupelo area. So this is another active tornado warning. They extended the tornado watch earlier from north of Starkville. So I would imagine all these tornado warnings are going to be extended further off to the east. Yeah, debris showing up. I thought so. I mean, it showed a pretty good radar. I mean, a tornado right here. This pretty big circulation, and I can circle it because it's really pronounced right there. I mean, it's about to cross 19 there. And it came out of Newton, came out of Decatur, but there's a very evident area of circulation that is over just northeast of the Decatur area as this is moving across. Yeah, and there's the debris. Oops. Yeah, so it's showing some debris being lofted into the air right there as that passed right near Decatur. Uh, okay, 1 miles northeast of Warrensburg. What is that, Missouri? Oh, nickel size hail near Missouri. Just reading some storm reports. All right, so it's still showing that circulation came out of Little Rock, came out of Rock Creek, and heading towards. It's going to be crossing into that other tornado warning. But there's Highway 19. This is Highway 491, and this is the area of circulation right there over the Little Rock area, over the Rock Creek area, that is heading northeastbound. All right, so it looks like this activity is really getting its act together now, as we're seeing more storms starting to pop up, and that area near Newton looks to have a tornado now with that within that area. It's still saying radar indicated. I haven't seen confirmation, but it definitely looks like it's on the ground to me. All right, so we're getting into the 2:30 time frame. So we're at 2:30, and things are starting to get a little bit more active. Some of these circulations appear to be, on the ground a little bit longer now. So we're going to be possibly looking at a more active time over the next several hours with these thunderstorms, as it's kind of taking advantage of some of these discrete supercells. All right, so we're watching all that activity further south near Hattiesburg and to Purvis, Lumberton. Nothing severe, but these are the ones that we gotta be more concerned about as they lift further north, tapping into that low level jet. Yeah, it looks like they went ahead and extended the further north into Tupelo. They've extended there's a warning that from that same cell that had that tornado warning attached to it. So at 12:22, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located along a line extending from Pylan to Cumberland, to 6 miles southeast of Reform. That was moving at 55 miles an hour to the northeast. So you can expect some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter size hail. That was the same area that had the possible rotation within that cell. All right, so we're still showing that sign over the Newton area. All right, put the rotation back on. or the movement back on. I mean, that storm near Newton and Decatur, that seems to be on the ground. That seems to have circulation associated with it for the last at least 15, 20 minutes. All right, so you got a brief confirmation of that tornado that touched down near Newton and Decatur? Because we've been watching this same circulation for about 15, 20 minutes. All right. So I'm in a car wash in Louisiana. Yeah, she's like barely even can. That's some torrential rain. Yeah, I think what's happening here, there's just so much rain within these systems that a lot of this is rain wrapped, and you probably can't get confirmation from spotters, but that definitely. Oh, 67 warnings now. So the new update from yesterday was 67. 67 tornado warnings, which 56 of them were in Texas. The others were Oklahoma, Louisiana, and or Arkansas. Through midnight last night. So 67 tornado warnings yesterday from those nasty cells. A chaser just punched through the hail core on the Decatur cell, quarter size hail. Seems to be on the ground at this point in time. I mean, it would have to be. I think it'd been on the ground. I think it just has to be rain wrapped. I mean, it's been really evident for about 20 minutes. Yeah, rain wrapped tornado on the ground northeast of Decatur right now. I mean, this is what I'm seeing. Yeah, I mean, if you this is right here. I mean, it's got to be a tornado on the ground. That's northeast of Decatur. That's what's been showing for like the last 15, 20 minutes. As this circulation right here. All right, let's zoom out and see this big picture again. All right, so we got those three active tornado warnings. That one circulation near Newton, not showing a clear debris ball, but this could be moving over open land. Well, yeah, you're right. If it hits the field, it's got a tornado, but it's not. All right, so we've been watching this same circulation out of Decatur for 20 minutes or so. I think they went ahead and extended this tornado warning for that same cell that's moving in that same instability that was located near Little Rock, 13 miles northeast of Newton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be the house area at 235, the Liberty area at 245, Bluff Springs at 250, and DeKalb at 3 o'clock time frame from that tornadic supercell that's coming out of Newton and Decatur that will be continuing to lift off into the northeast, and with this extension of the tornado warning. All right, let me flip this one to the south. This is another tornado warning further south at 231. There is a thunderstorm capable of tornado just north of Raleigh, located near Pineville, 18 miles northwest of Stringer, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So Pineville and Savannah are in its path from this supercell in northeastern Smith County until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So this is just another area that's showing signs of rotation within this cell that's coming out of Raleigh here that's moving northeast. So here's the cone of this area of circulation that it's going to move through the Klein area, Finkston, Dennis Settlement. If this continues off to the northeast. Oh, the 616th light. Cool. Hmm. Okay. Oh, looks like the SBC updated again as of 1 minute ago. Here, I'll put this on a loop. I'm going to be back in a second. Then we can go over the latest SBC update. All right. Hey, SPC favors southern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama. Is that the next dangerous storm system coming down from Kansas and Oklahoma? All right, so let's switch gears here and take a look. Oof, that's busy. All right, so I'm going to try to see if there's any changes. I mean, not terribly too much. I don't really see any changes with this update. The Tupelo is under the enhanced risk, which they've already been extended into the tornado watch. This pretty much outlines where the tornado watch is for today in a lot of the exact same areas. So I'm not sure. I don't really think they have had much movement from the noon update. Hey pal, love your forecasting. Considering adding on some storm chasers. Yes, that's definitely in the works. I'd love to be able to do that. So yes, I know I want to make this a little bit more active. Yes, for sure. So that's in the plan. Hey, the SBC expectation is the storms of the northeast side of the line is gradually diminish in intensity. Hey, count me in. I want to be a storm chaser one day. That seems to be the fashion these days. Oh yeah. No, I mean I would love to make these a lot more stuff to show you. Live screens, storm chasers, live cams. So we'll keep adding stuff. Did you see that truck that got flipped over by a tornado and then driving off again? Yeah, that was crazy, right? I actually retweeted that on my Twitter there, and I can't believe that. But there was that one shot. Another guy actually pinpointed it. There was kind of a halo I guess, at the 20-second mark. There was a 20-second mark that there was evident as he flipped over, and if he screenshotted it, there was like a halo over him because that was just unbelievable. Driving down the street, get flown over by a tornado, and then he's laying upside down, and then that second burst of wind flips him right side up, and then he drives away. Like, wow, you can't get any luckier than that. All right, so here's the latest tornado parameter index from the latest update. I mean, they're pretty much outlined in the same areas for favored tornadoes. I don't really see any changes. Here's the favored wind. Now this has changed a little bit because obviously the storms have moved. But it still encompasses a lot of the same areas it did before. Yeah, within the purple shaded areas, those are the ones that have the highest wind impacts. but this whole area in black has those 70 plus mile per hour winds gusts associated with it. So not terribly too many changes in the afternoon update. That's all right. All right. While we've been talking, it looks like there's a new observed tornado, radar confirmed tornado near a confirmed tornado was located over Damascus or 13 miles south of Preston, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is for western Kemper County of an observed tornado that has some 1-inch hail moving at 45 miles an hour to the northeast. Areas of impact are your Bluff Springs as of right now at 250 and DeKalb at 255 of this observed tornado that is on the ground right now as we speak. And this is it right here. So this is the area that they're looking at as this moves to the northeast. So we're talking areas within this cone shaded area, Macon, Brooksville. If we extend this out for you. Yeah, so it looks to be right over Bluff Springs right now. And is that an airport? Bravo field outlying. So this is the area of circulation right here, right over Bluff Springs at the moment. This is all shifting northeast. All right, so here's the observed tornado right now. This is over DeKalb. Here's the area of instability, shifting, moving northeast. There's the cone that we have. Could be in Macon. Here's an approximate time into Macon around about 3:15, 3:17 time frame, and into the Brooksville area around 3:25 time frame. As this observed tornado is on the ground as we speak. You can see it shifting a little bit further off to the north with that last radar update. Hey, all children were released from school early today because of the weather. Hey, that's good. It's always better to be safe than sorry on a very active day. Let me put the storm motion back on. Yeah, so the area of concern right here is near the DeKalb area. You can see it right here. That's pretty evident as it comes into that tornado warned area. Uh, Dozens of pine trees snapped, uprooted near the home building in Ridgeland. This is right next to I 55. And that looks like some wind damage to me. Yeah, so here's that storm everyone's talking about is that observed tornado right here near the Takalb area, which is basically right here. It looks to be still on the ground, moving out of 16 through the Bloomdale area, through Preston, near this Scheipels Hill Mill and Golson. Looks like we got a new tornado warning, which is just going to be an extension from this storm down here by DeKalb. Brand new tornado warning for Macon, Mississippi, Brooksville, Mississippi until 4 o'clock. From this same cell, they're going to be extending this tornado warning into the Macon area. That'll encompass through the 4 o'clock time frame. That's a long warning for a tornado warning. Yeah, 254, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near DeKalb or 7 miles southeast of Preston. Yeah, there it is right here. You see it? Just popped up. Yeah, so areas in its path are Golson around 3 o'clock, and to Macon about 3:20, Prairie Point at 3:30, Bigby Valley around 3:40 from this radar indicated tornado that's coming out of the DeKalb area, and having the extension of the tornado warning of that same circulation that still appears to be on the ground. Yeah, so there's the area right now. It has the circulation with it, and you can see it's definitely heading directly towards the Macon area, right around 3:15. So for the next 17 minutes, you need to put in your get in your safe zone and around the Macon area or anywhere in this cone, where the circulation is heading towards, this tornadic supercell that looks to be still on the ground as of right now. Wow, that's cold. That was a strong cold front. That was stronger. I'm looking at, I mean, I live in Dallas. The DFW is 51 degrees. I'm sitting at 49 degrees at my house, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That was a strong cold front yesterday. That would put 20 degrees below average. Hey pal, can I promote your channel on my feed? Just want to get the green light from you. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, go for it. I appreciate it. I'd be surprised if that one cell doesn't put out a tornado to the ground in the next minute or so. It's getting hot in here now. That's why I was checking out the temperature. It feels warm. I have this sweatshirt on, but that's why I put the fan on. All right, so we had those two active warnings that same rotation that was coming out of DeKalb. Looks like there's a new one down here that they just no, that expired. That looks to be the only circulation. I mean, there's two tornado warnings, but that basically crosses the same circulation. Yeah, this bow echo that went up towards Tupelo really lost its punch. You see, it's not. It's as soon as it lost its bow, it's definitely lost the tornadic nature towards it. That's just feeding into just some stronger storms now. All right, that's a brand new tornado warning that looks to got issued. That's at 3:01. At 3:01, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Muldrow or West Point, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Tornado warning for locations in the West Point area at 3:05, Waverly around 3:10, the Columbus area around 3:15, into Colola Springs at 3:20. So these areas have a on radar indicated tornado moving into your area for the next 20 to 45 minutes. Yeah, it's this area that's bowing out right here. Yeah, there you go, right there. There's the circulation near Tybee, near Highway 45, near White's. So it's just crossing over Highway 45 now. I guess looks like County Road 50. But yeah, that would be your area circulation right here. Yeah, you see it coming out of Clayton Village. Started to come together as soon as it came out of Clayton Village. It looks like it's been fairly pronounced for the last several minutes. Yeah, so if we zoom in a little closer, it's in between Tybee and West Point right now. So it's in the between the cities of Tybee and West Point, heading towards the Benton area. All right, let's move down to the south here. Just watch any of these little, still watching some of these cells. This is what happened last time with these areas of purple started showing up, started kind of bowing out and was producing some tornadic activity. All right, so this is all kind of filling in now as it's moving off to the northeast. Spotter as of 10 minutes ago, 12 miles north of Collinsville. Tornado crossed the road right at its location. Numerous trees and power line down, blocking the road now. That was about 12 miles north of Collinsville, Mississippi. As of 10 minutes ago, the tornado crossed right in front of them. Looks like the Storm Prediction Center is kind of highlighting this area right here for the next between 4 and 6 o'clock tonight. The next area of interest that could produce several tornadoes. All right, so we're back to 4 separate tornado warnings right now. I think mainly because those 2 circulations are caught right in the middle. So we had that 1 circulation that heads heading towards Macon that still seems pretty evident. That came out of Golson. There's County Road 21, and then heading towards the Macon area. It should be in Macon towards about 3:14 this afternoon, and about in the next 4 minutes. This area of circulation right here heading over the Macon area. And then we have further to the north, the one by West Point. Still seems to be pretty evident near the Pine Acres area into Northgate. And that's all shifting off into the northeast. Hey, pal, does this storm go all the way to me because we are under some warnings too? Oh no, not way up there. You're under some warnings. No, a lot of this is just this activity is going to stay mainly south. That would be a huge storm. Yes. No, it does not go all the way up there. Um, oh, okay. So you're talking about the northern side of that, the northwest side of that, but not severe storms. You're probably under warnings from like maybe some snow or something. I mean, it's like a big, huge comma shape. I mean, you're probably under there's so if we shift further north, there's some winter weather advisories into Michigan. You've got some winter weather advisories into Newberry, and some winter storm warnings into Marquette. That because this is on the northwest side of this storm, so it's just a massive comma that had snow in Denver. It rang out snow through portions of Nebraska, Iowa, through Wisconsin. Had moving further north, and then it fishtails back down. But this is the warm side of the storm, with all the severe weather on it. I got to get some food. I'll be back, your live stream pal. More formal updates shortly. And no worries. I hope I'm wrong, but this setup is playing out kind of similar to the 2020 Easter outbreak. That day was a convective mess too, but until the Bast field cell took off and produced a high-end EF4. Yeah, I hope not. So you're on the cold side. Freezing rain, high winds, and flooding. No, it is a massive storm. But it's like it's not. You're not on the severe side. You're under the northwest side of the storm. That kind of the comma shape side of the storm. Pal, would you say this is a bust? No, I mean I wouldn't say that at all. I mean we've had numerous tornadoes so far. and it's only 3 o'clock. So you got to get to the rest of the afternoon and then into the evening time frame to look at the whole big picture of how all this played out. But from what I'm seeing, I don't really see this as a bust. Yesterday the an tornado outbreaks like 10 tornadoes. Um, the data looked about 20 tornadoes in Texas yesterday. It looks to be, there were like 20, 22 reported. So we'll wait to see the final number. This day was technically looking to be worse than yesterday in Texas. So we've seen numerous tornado warnings. We've seen at least several. I've lost count how many observed tornadoes we've seen. But yeah, I mean, so far it's. I mean, there hadn't been any long track tornadoes. I would say out of this system yet. But let's just hope it stays that way. Yeah, I mean, it started showing up earlier, the discreteness, but I mean, it definitely appears in the last frames or two that most of this is kind of filled in. I mean, I'll definitely give you that for sure. Because we were looking at this an hour ago and it's a lot more discreet. But now it's really, really, really kind of filled in. All right. So as we were talking, there's a brand new active observed tornado that was on the ground. 315 tornado producing thunderstorm located 7 miles northwest of Colola Springs or 7 miles northwest of Columbus, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a very damaging tornado. That we have confirmation from spotters that it is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. Locations in its path are going to be Amory, Aberdeen, Smithville, Tremont, New Salem, Hatley, Gatman, Benford, into the New Hamilton area, Becker, into Greenwood Springs, as well as Bounds Crossroads. Those areas could see that radar confirmed tornado right now moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So definitely get in your safe zone with this supercell. And we also have yet another confirmed tornado. Flip it. This one's a little bit further north. This is another confirmed tornado. That's just northeast of there, southeastern Atacama County and central Monroe County until 3:45. This is another possible damaging tornado. These two tornado warnings are on top of each other. Okay. Yeah, so you can see these two tornadoes, observed tornadoes right here. They're split between the warnings. So this is the area of interest right here near north of Benton, and this other area of instability towards the near Aberdeen area, all heading northeast. So we have 2 active tornadoes on the ground right now near the Gapman area. And the only thing we don't get is volcanoes. That's our typical spring and some of the storms too, but usually a little bit later. Yeah, it looks like Reed Timmer earlier was on that storm near Newton. All right, so if you're just tuning in, it looks like we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground right now. We have 2 confirmed damaging tornadoes that are on the ground right now. One that's located 7 miles northwest of Cola Springs, or 7 miles northwest of Columbus, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So locations in its path, and this is the storm essentially right here. This is the path of the storm heading towards the Aberdeen area. Eventually, there's the Ambry area, Smithville, and if it continues, it'll eventually cross Interstate 22 there, all lifting off into the northeast at 55 miles an hour. All right, yeah. So these storms are flying at a pretty big clip, and this is the areas of circulation right here, and you can see it near the Aberdeen area. Maybe just to the right of Aberdeen, but it's all right there within that cone, all heading off to the northeast. Mm. Wow. All right, so breaking news from yesterday. It looks like that one in Jacksboro, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Jacksboro tornado yesterday in Texas. 150-mile-per-hour winds. EF3 confirmed tornado. EF3 confirmed tornado in Jacksboro yesterday with up to 150-mile-per-hour winds. I gotta put that on my Facebook. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put this on my Facebook real quick. All right, so we got an active tornado as we speak near the Aberdeen area. This is all moving off into the northeast. So this is actually possibly two tornadoes that may have just filtered into one because it looks like there were two separate circulations, but now it looks like it maybe just merged into one circulation near just right of the Aberdeen area. Yeah, you're right. That Granger tornado looked even stronger. Yeah, 150 is that's pretty up there. I think DFW averages about 25 tornadoes a year, and there was one in Fannin County last week, and then that one. So we'll see how many come out of that storm, but it was pretty active, and that's the Jacksboro tornado yesterday. That was the same circulation that was circulating for about 100 miles. The path of the circulation was about 100 miles. So we'll see how long that actual tornado was on the ground. But the actual whole entire circulation was about 100 miles long. Yeah, I'm gonna report as soon as I know. As the National Weather Service is definitely uh, coming out of this storm. And yeah, and it hit the Jacksboro High School yesterday. Looks like we might have had a bigger tornado out of this area. All right, this is still showing we have circulation, and this is right over the radar beam. Gosh, don't let that hit another radar. Yeah, look, I mean it's about to hit. It's about to go over this radar beam here. Finished one water. On to the next water. So, all right, so we got, yeah, one of those. Yeah, it merged together. Those areas merged together. So now they just took it down. They just took it down to one active tornado warning. It's the tornado warning that is producing a tornado about 7 miles northwest of Kahlua Springs, or 7 miles northwest of the Columbus area, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. It's a very damaging tornado. It's this system um, right here that's still showing signs of circulation that looks to be going near the radar beam. It's getting really close. Here's the and that's what happened yesterday. That one took out near Waco. It wind hit it and it took it out for a couple hours. Went offline. I look tired. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember doing back to back days like this. Um, this is the first. Yeah, so I knew this was going to be, a very active day, and it just continues tomorrow too. Um, but right now, so we just have one. We just have that one tornado warning. We have another one south of there. Literally just popped up. Oh, that's the one by Macon. At 3:25, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located over Prairie Point, or 12 miles southwest of Pickensville, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So that's that same system that we've been tracking near Macon for a long time. Yeah, it's pretty pronounced still. You can actually see the circulation right here. It's coming out of Macon, and it still continued to head northeast, but it's still showing that evident circulation on radar for sure. Yeah, I just noticed I'm at the 6 hour mark now. Had them on most of the day, just listening and learning. Awesome, Bev. Appreciate you watching, tuning in. Yeah, I'll do more of these live streams when there's more activity, more active days coming up in the storm season. Hopefully, I can add some bells and whistles to it and get some storm chasers in here, get some live stream coverage in here. I am getting my sign made, so it's in the process. It's almost done. So I'll when all that's done, I'll be taking down the green screen, and I'll have my whole wall finished. So it's just in the process of making right now. It's going to be illuminated. It's all lit up, so it should look pretty cool. I'll have the YouTube plaque, and I've got some other you know, storm pictures, weather pictures, stuff. So it should all be displayed on the back of me. So, when I do my videos and when I go live, it won't be the green screen anymore. It'll be a natural effect where you can just see behind me. So I'm just kind of waiting for that to be done. They've been working on it for maybe 2 weeks. I'm sure it's done by now or getting close. They haven't contacted me. All right, so yeah, so we're still watching this area of circulation. Very, very small now. Very, very small, but it's still there. Yep, let me circle it for you right here. This little ball, and it's moving through. Very, very compact, but it's definitely there. Of that one cell moving between Pickensville and Brooksville here, moving off into the northeast within this cone here. So it looks like it's over the city of Cliftonville, heading towards Toga, Foreston, and eventually heading towards the Highway 82. Yeah, all shifting off into the northeast at a pretty big clip too, about 55 miles an hour. Yeah, I can't wait, Stormy. It'll be much easier than having to mess with a screen. I can actually wear a green shirt again. Or at least wear what I want to wear. I don't have to because there's lots of shirts I can't wear. I try to wear a yellow shirt. I got to wear something blue. I mean, anything other than blue, doesn't work. So I'm pretty limited on what I can even wear to use it. Yeah, so there's some circulation out ahead of this, but there's definitely a lot of rain with it too. Um, this is why they've got the flash flood watches out. There's a lot of this area is picking up some pretty significant rain amounts. Nothing severe, but there are some flash flood warnings out here further south near Baton Rouge, with numerous flood warnings. We can just click on any one of these, and some of these areas are picking up. But they've already rained 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. You're talking additional amounts of 1 to 2 inches, so that would put you about four inches of rain. And there's numerous areas like that down here to the south. All right, so that circulation is like literally over the radar beam now. I mean, it's heading like right over it. So tomorrow I see there is a marginal and slight risk up for the Ohio Valley. What are your thoughts for tomorrow? Well, I know this all shifts to the east. Oh, they did include a slight risk up there. That wasn't there this afternoon. Well, you mean you got to think you got all this instability. That's there's definitely a pronounced northeast shift from this line right now that swung into Tupelo. So that there's a definite northeast shift that has already gone through Tupelo, and now it's continuing to northeast. So, I mean, you got to think the time frame through Tennessee, through Kentucky, through that a lot of that instability and kind of that comma shape. Yeah, there could be another patch of instability to create some severe weather up there tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, the main impact is your wind because that bow echo was more of a wind threat from this bow echo, and that's why they have the slight risk is mainly for wind, not for not for tornado. Tornadoes more the marginal side. Yeah, so it's got. I mean, you got all the ingredients from a very dynamic system, and and it just continues moving off into the east. So it still has a lot to work with this atmosphere. Was it fuzzy? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it gets fuzzy sometimes. All right. Okay, so this is another brand new tornado warning. This was that same one over Bigby Valley near Pickensville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. But this wasn't the one. This is another tornado warning they just issued near that DeKalb. This is that same circulation we've been on for a while. DeKalb, Scuba, and Electric Mills, Mississippi, until 440, 445 of that same area that's been showing signs of rotation near DeKalb. It just gets extended as they extended the tornado warning for those areas for DeKalb, Porterville, Electric Mills, and Scoba, Mississippi, until 4:45. Yeah, which is this area right here. For eastern Kemper County and central Mississippi, at 3:41, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near DeKalb, or 10 miles north of Meridian Station, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. The dangerous storm could be near Porterville around 3:45, and to Electric Mills around 3:50. Now you see that That's definitely still showing signs of rotation. Right there, I circled it, and around DeKalb. And there's Scoba. And this is all lifting northeast. Yeah, so here's the cone. Here's the path of the cone. It's going to be entering near Carter's. There's Scoba. There's Highway 16. Eventually, it's going to be crossing Highway 14. Yeah, this is a brand new another radar indicated tornado showing definite signs of rotation near the DeKalb area again, heading off into the northeast. Hey, welcome back. Weather to go. Hey, you came back just in time for another area of circulation here near the DeKalb area. Looks like we got another confirmed tornado yesterday in the Gainesville area, confirmed by the National Weather Service, an EF1 tornado. Yeah, so another EF1. That same tornado that was near Gainesville. So the National Weather Service confirmed an EF1 tornado. Oh, it looks like okay. We got. Let me read them off. So it looks like by Possum Kingdom Lake, an EF1 tornado, 95 miles an hour. Jacksboro, an EF3, 140 to 150 miles an hour. Bowie, EF1 to EF1 has 95 miles an hour. Dakota, EF0, 85 miles an hour. River Oaks, Northwest Fort Worth, 100 miles an hour. Carrollton, EF0, 85 miles an hour. And then Cook County, EF1, 105 miles an hour. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like 8 confirmed tornadoes right now from the National Weather Service in North Texas yesterday from those storms. And North and Central Texas. Yeah, 8 confirmed tornadoes. Yeah, it appears the circulation near DeKalb is actually intensified even more. And you can see it really evident on radar. This is right by Scoba here as this is all lifting off northeast. Yeah, so this is a dangerous storm. It continues to northeast. Really evident, pronounced circulation in this storm as it continues to intensify with every frame. So the next areas of impact could be near the Scoba area, as well as the Pickensville area, all lifting off into the northeast. So if it holds together, it won't be in Pickensville until about 4:27. So that would be another 30 or so minutes as this is lifting off into the northeast. Um, Trying to get to that Meridian one. What was that? I think that might be a delivery. All right, so we're on to this Meridian location. Yeah, you can definitely see there's another area of rotation right near Meridian. This is another one that has a tornado warning to it. At 3:56, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near 0 or 9 miles south of Meridian, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this area could be to the town of 0. So let me put the cone on here so you can see this really evident circulation. So this is the area of instability right here near the Pleasantville area. There's Meridian. This will be heading towards in these areas that are impacted within the cone, crossing over 2059 near Russell, all lifting off into the northeast through Lauderdale, through Tamoya, and if it continues on the path, it'll eventually through Emilia. There's a report of an ongoing tornado just southeast of Meridian. Yeah, so this would be it right here. Yeah, so this is the area right here that has the circulation with the potential tornado in it. That's right there, southeast of Meridian, heading northeast here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're watching this really evident circulation coming out of Meridian here, and this activity is moving northeast. It's going to be crossing over Interstate 2059 here shortly. It's basically right over the city of Pleasant Hill, just southeast of the Meridian Airport here. This is all moving off to the northeast, going to be eventually into Russell around 4:17 time frame in the next 15-20 minutes. So this looks to be a tornado that has a lot of circulation, that looks to be on the ground heading off into the northeast, that's heading towards the Russell area by 4:17. Yeah, if we look just to the south of there, there's looks to be a little bit more pronounced rotation with separate cells just to the south of there. There's one between Quitman and Stonewall right now. I'm going to zoom out so you can actually see this. Yeah, so we're kind of watching a row of these storms training along the same areas, and these all seem to be having some sort of rotation associated with them within this line of these three tornado warns right in a row here. You've been chopping carrots? Hey, I'll be back in a second. Oh. Oh, that's what that was. Awesome. All right. All right. So we're back. All right. So we still have those three very active tornado warnings that are moving across Meridian. A lot of them have rotation with it as these storms are staying active as they can continue to push off into the northeast and towards eastbound here. Yeah, it looks like 1 mile north of Quitman, there was a brief glimpse of a rotating wall cloud just to my northwest, less than a mile, rain wrapped for part of it. Rotation appears to be weak, but was definitely there. Large rotating wall cloud with rising scud just north of Quitman, Mississippi. That was about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, here's the one near Meridian that we're on right now. I'm seeing some pictures. It's hard to tell if it actually touched. But a lot of lowering in the clouds. But I mean, it looks like the circulation was pretty pronounced over the Meridian area and Marion area, but not. It's definitely shrunk. It's not nearly as big as it was earlier, and it's just now crossing 2059 here. Hey, be alert at the Tuscaloosa. Some tornadic storms that had a history of producing rotation and tornadoes will be crossing in your area soon. Yeah, so they extended the tornado watch earlier into towards the Tuscaloosa area. It's about 4 o'clock, so this tornado watch expires in about 3 hours from now at 7 o'clock. So we've been watching this band really all morning. When we started this morning about 9:30, this band was still in Houston. It was coming out of Houston. It was heading into the Beaumont area, Port Arthur area, and once we hit about 10:30 or so, then it was pretty much officially all in Louisiana. So from that 10:30 time frame, this is shifted all the way through, and now the leading edge of that squall line is, at least the back edge of that is essentially in the Baton Rouge area. And to Jackson. I know Jackson was in a favorite area for a lot of tornadoes, a lot of very high winds. If anything, they've been scathed a big deal considering they were such a high risk zone. But now this is quickly moving off into Meridian as it continues to push northeast, and then it'll slightly east as we get through the evening hours. And that line will just continue on to the Tuscaloosa area. You can see where they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning at ahead of that main line with some stronger wind gust and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's near the Tremont area. And that will just, you probably get extended as this one expires in the next 30 minutes. It will more than likely get extended into the Tuscaloosa area with a new warning. Yeah, so new flash flood warning. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so new flash flood warning in effect for McGee, Mississippi, Monticello, Mississippi, and Raleigh, Mississippi, until about 7 o'clock. Just to the southwest of there, there's been numerous amounts of rain. A lot of these areas have picked up. We just click on any one of these, 2 to 3 inches of rain already, and they're expecting another 1 to 3 inches. So you're talking that's basically 4 to 6 inches of rain, and that's why they've got the flash flood warning. So there's going to be a lot of people going to be, getting off work soon. So definitely, if you live down in those areas, definitely take it easy. Don't cross a road that you can't see the bottom of. It's just not worth it. So just allow some extra time to make it home, because there are going to be areas that are going to be probably water crossing the road down here with all the heavier rain that's been impacting those areas over the last 4 to 6 hours now. Let me make a post. All right, so we're still watching this activity move off to the east. This whole line of storms is still very active as we're into the peak heating of the day. I think we've so far been, although there has been tornadoes, I haven't seen any like huge tornadoes or long track type tornadoes out of this activity as of yet. So we're going to continue to monitor this and hope it stays like that as these storms continue to race off to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. All right. Okay, so it looks like they've extended the tornado watch even further now. So they went ahead and just, these storms continue to race off into the east. So they're just going to continue to move the tornado watch within that path. So now till 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock tonight. So parts of Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi. So this just continues moving off into the east. Now it's going to encompass areas. It has not popped up here on the screen yet, but it will. Into areas are Pensacola, so at the very tip of the Florida Panhandle, Mobile, Bruton, Montgomery, Clayton, Birmingham, Alabama, Coleman, as well as Huntsville. Those areas have been extended to include the tornado watch through 11 o'clock this evening. So again, for a few tornadoes that are possible, some quarter-size hail, and then some wind gusts of upwards to possibly some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. as this system continues to push off to the east. So it does encompass the Birmingham, Alabama area now, Huntsville, Alabama, and it does include parts of Pensacola, getting into Mobile. So it's basically they just extended it just a little bit further, based on the trajectory of these storms and through 11 o'clock before the midnight time frame. Before Wednesday morning rolls around. This is the new watch that just got extended. I think South Carolina will probably stay at a slight risk for tomorrow. The dynamics look much weaker, but still supportive for some scattered severe weather for tomorrow. No, there hasn't actually been a PDS warning yet. I mean, you're right. Uh, we had several PDS warnings yesterday over Texas, and we have not had one today. And so far, this is not been as big as originally forecasted. I would say. All right, this is a brand new tornado warning down here further south. That's a new area of instability. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 4 miles northeast of Brooklyn or 17 miles southeast of the Hattiesburg area, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So we're talking about areas like northwestern Perry County, southwestern Wayne County until 5 o'clock. So that's a brand new tornado warning. Locations in its path are the new Augusta area around 420, the Richton area at 435. So this is a radar indicated tornado that's moving north at 40 miles an hour from this cell a little bit further off to the south. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is why the warning was issued from this right here. This circulation right there that's pretty pronounced that showed up on radar. This is the area of concern that's showing rotation, moving off to the north about 40 miles an hour here. Yeah, so if we zoom out, you can see the cone where that circulation could be at. Looks like the in between around the New Augusta area. New Augusta about 416. So the next 2 minutes, and then this will continue lifting off into the north near McSween. It should be in McSween about 426, and then eventually lifting off into the Strangford area if it holds together at 456. So that is a brand new cell that just got issued a new tornado warning because of the new circulation that literally popped up right here. That's pretty pronounced. Oh, looks like the kids are home. It is 4:15. Hey there. Welcome home. All right, so this is the area of circulation that's down here further south into that new tornado warning that's still fairly pronounced. This is still continuing to lift off to the north at around 40 miles an hour. So this is the brand new tornado warning that just got issued for this area that's still showing some instability. All right, looks like this is a brand new tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning. Another radar indicated tornado, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, was located near Tamoya or Lauderdale, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Locations in its path are going to be the Gainesville, Emile, Boyd, Panola, Warsaw, Painville, and Sumterville. That's another tornado warned supercell moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we can zoom on this one. Yeah, I don't see the circulation as pronounced as the other one. There. Or we flipped. We went back to the other one. But yeah, a lot of the circulation is down further south by this storm by Meridian. There's multiple areas of circulation we're seeing down here this by the storm by Meridian. Hey, Alan. Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the support. All right. Yeah, so there's the visual on the new tornado watch that just got extended. So they extended this tornado watch through 11 o'clock tonight. So these same areas that have seen all the severe weather is just going to continue to push off into the east. This was issued about 4:05, so it includes Alabama, a western Florida Panhandle, far southeastern Mississippi. So it includes the Pensacola area, the Mobile area, back into portions almost to Montgomery. It includes the Birmingham, Alabama area now, as well as portions of Jasper and further further north into Decatur. Yeah, so this same system will continue to push off into the northeast and through 11 o'clock before it hits the midnight time frame. And of course, once we hit Wednesday morning, these watches will be on Wednesday. Yeah, so let me switch radars and get the big picture. So this is so you can see the rain shield extending all the way down further south, basically southwest is all your flood threat. So this is just a lot of flooding rains with numerous flash flood warnings showing up, anywhere from 3 to 5, upwards to almost 6 inches of rain going to be falling in some of these areas. So far, New Orleans hasn't really gotten much at all, technically, and then the severe threat shifts further north, and that's where we have some active tornado warnings right now. And it looked like we possibly had an observed tornado on that one near the Kemper area. So we'll switch radars again. Um, okay, so we still have that tornado. I mean, it's been pretty evident on the ground for a while now. This area of circulation, and actually two areas of circulation. If we really zoom into this, there's multiple areas of circulations. That's fairly evident. So we got one right here, we have one right here, and we have one right here. So we look like we have multiple mesocyclones here that's racing off to the north. And the one near Meridian is the one that's possibly producing the observed tornado right now. Hey, I'm glad I live in California, even though we never get rain. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty calm in California down there for you, Diane. But yeah, you don't have to mess with all these tornadoes and 100-mile-per-hour winds and stuff like that. You just enjoy the rain when it comes and hope there's not an earthquake. All right, so we'll put the storm motion on this cells. So this is probably your most active line right here that's training around the same area. We've got multiple areas of rotation now. Through you can see the one through Scoba. You can see these areas, these little split. They're all separate. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 separate areas of rotation here. Yeah, here, so we got 1, we got 2, we have 3, and we have 4. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, those are the areas that are rotating. They canceled the tornado warning out of Meridian. Yes, yes, they did. They did cancel that as it's lifted further north. Hey, so you're on the Alabama side? Yeah. So a lot of the storms in Alabama start in the evening. They really won't. They really won't start in Alabama until this evening. I mean, maybe around 6 by Tuscaloosa. But it's all heading your way. Hey, Austin Round Rock just dropped in for a second. More damage than realized. Governor making specific disaster declaration. Looked at that line heading. Look at that line heading in the Birmingham. Hey, Walter. Yeah, so I was posting some storm reports. I know out of North Texas there was 8 confirmed tornadoes so far from the National Weather Service. And then I haven't got word on the areas further south into Central Texas. What's been confirmed so far? There was 22 overall tornadoes reported at the beginning of the day. So they're out assessing all the damage right now. All right, so we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Florence, Alabama, and Russellville, Alabama, until about 5:30 time frame. That's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning up here. Yeah, at 4:26, the severe thunderstorm was over a line extending from J.P. Coleman State Park to near Hackleburg, moving north at 50 miles an hour. Some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some nickel-sized hail. So areas of impact are going to be in and around the Florence area, Russellville, Sheffield, near Cherokee, Littleville. All those areas could be seeing some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some nickel-sized hail out of this the same instability that's shifting. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh. Okay, so let's go back to the big picture here. We just continue to watch this line of storms racing across, moving across through Mississippi, about to head into the Tuscaloosa area here shortly. I'd probably say in the next hour or so, you're going to be starting to get impacted in and around the Tuscaloosa area with this area of instability. Some rotation possible with that storm southeast of Meridian. Possible tornado warning within the next 15 minutes if rotation becomes stronger. Hey, Rebecca. Hey, anything near Fort Worth, Saginaw for tonight? No, not in the North Texas area. It's going to be clear skies. Well, I mean, no, there's no rain. There's no rain for at least the next week in Texas and into North Texas. Just colder weather. I think what was it? Only 50 something degrees today. 51, 52 degrees. But it's pretty dry. 7 to 10 days. I'm not seeing much of anything. Yeah, well, at least these storms don't seem anywhere near close to the storms yesterday. Yeah, you're right, Snowies. We're not. I mean, we're not seeing this, and this day was supposed to be bigger than yesterday. But so far, I have not. We've had some observed tornadoes for sure, but this is definitely not what I was experiencing yesterday with these PDS. We had several PDS tornado warnings issued. We haven't had one PDS tornado warning. We've had we've had several observed tornadoes for sure. We've had numerous tornado warnings. Yeah, but so far, yesterday is way worse than what we've experienced so far. But we'll continue to monitor this activity as it continues to shift off to the east. Storms south of Meridian are rotating and lowering. They are just doing more. They just aren't doing much more than that. Yeah, so you get a lot of lowering, but a lot of these possible type tornadoes, radar indicated type tornadoes, maybe on the ground for a couple of minute type tornadoes. Just intercepted. Just intercepted a rain wrap tornado. Just that just went north. Tum Subu. Can't pronounce that. Tum Suba, Mississippi. Debris was falling from the sky. I'm looking at one of the tornadoes earlier. That was about 19 minutes ago. It was very rain wrapped. Zoom back into those areas. Hey, how did Arkansas fare? It was in Arkansas, maybe in the overnight hours, but it maybe hit just the southwest of there, southeast of there. I don't think they came out too bad in Arkansas. Yeah, I'm not even seeing any storm reports in Arkansas. Okay, so right now I'm looking at the new storm reports for today. It looks to be there's 20 tornado reports, and most of these have been in Mississippi. Tornado reports don't say that it was a tornado, it's just been reported. So some of these reports could be the same exact circulation. But overall, right now, I'm looking at the tornado reports. It appears to be there's 20 tornado reports for today so far in Mississippi, and it's been looks like it's been all of Mississippi. Nothing in Louisiana besides some wind and some hail, but everything has been in Mississippi. And it looks like yesterday they've increased it to 25 now. 25 tornado reports in yesterday. Yeah, pal, just to let you know that July 2016, where I live, there was a tornado by my mom's house. I wasn't there at the time. Hey, you're back. What's for supper? Still cooking and keeping my eye on the cat. All right, so we're continuing to monitor this activity as this is racing across. But all right, that's a new tornado warning. So we have another new tornado warning at 426, 436. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Turnerville, or 9 miles north of Stringer, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So locations in its path are Turnerville around 440, Garlandville around 510, Rose Hill around 515. So those areas have a radar indicated tornado heading your way, moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. From that storm down here to the south. Hey, how bad do you think it will hit when it hits the panhandle of Florida? I mean, right now they've got the tornado watch, you know, to 11 o'clock. So, I mean, I haven't seen any type of severe weather further south along the coast as of yet. So, I mean, much of New Orleans, I mean, you see much of this area down here was part of the severe weather threat, and there wasn't much of anything. I mean, a lot of the instability is further north. So I'm not thinking that's going to change much as it gets into the Florida Panhandle. Oh, why am I fuzzy again? Why does it do that? I just looked up. I saw I'm fuzzy. And let me switch. Let me switch radars. Yeah, I don't know why I'm fuzzy all of a sudden. All right, so yeah, we're watching these active cells down here that's been showing a history of producing some radar indicated tornadoes. That continues to produce a lot of very heavy rain off to the southeast, where they've got the flash flood warnings still in place. Really, the only active cell that looks is down here. That was that new severe thunderstorm that had a tornado warning with it. That was capable with through Turnerville, 9 miles north of Stringer, moving northeast to about 25 miles an hour. So yeah, locations in its path are going to be your Garlandville area around 510, Rose Hill around 515. For another radar indicated tornado moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Hmm. All right. All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning for Emile, Alabama. Emile, Alabama, brand new tornado warning until 5/17. Yeah, so that one was just issued. Oh, hey Ross. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of very heavy rain that's fallen out of these storms just to the on the southwest side. They just seem to be training over the same areas. They're not severe, but they're definitely pretty heavy rain producers, kind of training over the same areas. Making stir fry. I don't know if I move out. Maybe it's not as fuzzy though. I don't know why it's fuzzy. All right, so we have another new tornado warning that just got issued for Jasper County, Mississippi, Newton County, Mississippi, until 5:30. Another radar indicated tornado out of this cell that's moving across to the northeast. Hey, pal. Hey, Chase. Didn't you say you were from Houston? Yes. Yes, I grew up in Houston. I had 440. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Emil. Yeah, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, 14 miles north of Livingston. Yeah, this is the new tornado warning that just got issued up here by Emil. This is the area that's moving northeast. Going to be towards all the way to Gordo by 5:30 as these storms continue to race off into the northeast. Yeah, I'm even seeing some chasers cutting it short. I mean, it looks like they're kind of giving up and heading home. Mm. Yeah, so we continue to watch these storms move across northeast. I want to switch back radars again. I like this other one better. All right, so we continue to watch this line. There's looks like there's some activity trying to build out towards the Gulfport, Mississippi area, all riding up to the north. Yeah, it just continues to be some stragglers. You can see there's actually three separate bands. There's one, two, three, with hardly anything in between. Yeah, I think for the most part, these storms have really congealed together and have not been as discreet as some of the models depicted. Mm. Kingston EF2, yeah, Jacksboro EF3. Yeah, it's just so hard to tell. I'm watching some of these tornado videos, and these tornadoes are so far off in a distance. It's very difficult to tell if that's actually touching, you know, making landfall. A lot of it's rain wrapped, and you just can't get a clear visual. Let's see. Large wall cloud continues 5 miles north of Quitman, Mississippi. That was about an hour ago. Hey, I can't wait to help you out spring and summer long, pal, on these outbreaks. Interesting to see how these everything kind of unfolds. Yeah, it'll be interesting how, as you know, obviously if we get deeper into April and May, it's just one of those years. You think conditions are pretty prime for some pretty big outbreaks. I would never want to live by big trees. They seem to be a huge factor in destruction. Yeah, that's the problem with bigger trees. You can, they get pretty weighted. Obviously, they can split in half and fall on your house, fall on the car. They're more susceptible to the ice and snow, and when you get weighted down by the tree branch, by all the ice that might be on them. Yeah, trees are nice, but sometimes when they can get too big, they can become big issues. You just have to really keep them pruned back a lot. About 30 counties have a flash flood warning now. It seems to be a lot. Let's see. Yeah, one, two, three, four, five. Yeah, pretty big area of flash flood warnings. Essentially, all the way back from Baton Rouge, all the way through Hasselhurst into Jackson. It just seems like it just continues to expand here into McGee, into Raleigh. With all that very heavy rain. And if I'm not mistaken, this area actually needs some rain. I mean, that was actually entering some sort of even drought criteria further south into Louisiana. They don't need much in the Ohio Valley and stuff, but they definitely need some rain further south where they're getting it. No, I don't. I don't recall. I don't recall the this. This is an early March outbreak. I mean, obviously the December outbreak was pretty rare for December, and I don't recall one this early this big this early last year. Yeah, so that line earlier that was really bowing out. There's no indications of that whatsoever anymore, as this is pushing off further into Tuscaloosa area now. It should be in Tuscaloosa by another hour or so. Hey, what day do you think was worse? Well, by far, yesterday was worse. From what I've seen, yesterday was worse. And the data had today, the data had today was worse. But there's still what, 7 more hours until midnight. Now, as far as like the storm reports, um, okay, so now it's up to 27. So we have up to 27 uh, reported tornadoes from yesterday, and then so far today, we've had 21 reported tornadoes. But I just feel yesterday had some fairly larger tornadoes than what today. But we haven't had any PDS warning tornadoes. And a lot of these could be the same tornado that's being reported. I think these are a lot more rain wrapped today. So it's been a lot harder to get a visual on them. Yeah, the SBC is very good at severe weather forecasting. Some days it just comes down to the mesoscale details like Pal was talking about earlier in the day. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when there's so many things that can either influence the severe weather or enhance it as the day of. But yeah, by far they got the best and the best of the business at the helm, and they don't make a call a moderate risk lightly. They're not one to. That's why they hardly ever do the high risk. Because they want to make sure 100% certain it warrants that before they make an upgrade. So definitely the dynamics were there both days to warrant a moderate risk. It's just today didn't pan out as farewell, which is a good. Hey, we don't want all the severe weather and all the destruction that's happening. I'm looking at all the pictures over Texas yesterday, and all right. So right now we just have that one tornado warning that's looking to expire in about 15 minutes. That's over a meal. That's the one I saw a visual on a tornado. It looked like it possibly turned down, but it was so far away that it was just hard to tell that with all the rain wrapped around it and all the buildings around it, if it actually touched the ground or not. But um, by far, we've had a radar indicated tornado out of that cell as it just continues, and it'll be expiring in about 15 minutes. It's been now like 9 years. Yeah, I think it was 13 or 14. The last EF5. It's been a while. There's been some strong EF4s, but not an EF5. Yeah, it's definitely been a while. That's when Gerald, Texas got hit yesterday. I think it was 1996 that storm hit the EF5 in Texas. It'd been 25 years. Now, obviously, that wasn't an EF5 that hit Jural, but it was still another tornado that hit Jural, the same area that got hit 25 years ago. Hey, how long will I be live for? It just really depends on the weather. I mean, things are kind of winding down. Really, we only got one tornado, you know, tornado warning right now, and a lot of it's we're getting a lot of rain induced in this activity. I'm not seeing any discrete type activity. Right now, to me, things are kind of winding down a little bit. I mean, look at all this. It's just kind of filled in, right? I mean, a lot of it's there's been a lot of rain rat type systems. I mean, yesterday I was on for 9.5 hours, and today I'm at 7.5 hours. Yeah, so this is all good news. I feel like there's some EF4s were EF5s, but the damage indicators weren't there for it. Yeah, it's just like a hurricane. They're pretty gun shy of labeling it a category 5. All right, so we're starting to see some embedded activity lifting up out of the Montgomery area. This is kind of a newer activity that just kind of started bubbling up. These little isolated rain showers moving up through Montgomery. You got all that activity about to enter the Tuscaloosa area, and with that one tornado warning that's still warned for about another 10 minutes. But other than that, everything's pretty consolidated, pretty rain wrapped right now. Yeah, my eyeballs must hurt from looking at the radar all day. Yeah, and I'm getting glasses. I don't know if I told you that. I ordered them. They haven't come yet. Finally went to the doctor, and I'm not like that bad, but I still need glasses. Yeah, I'm 47, so I've never worn glasses in my life, so I think maybe I've done pretty good. I made it to 47 without having to wear glasses. Yeah, so we ordered them. Whenever they come, I'll start wearing them. Make my new appearance. They look pretty good. I mean, I tried on several pair, tried on different styles and stuff. These look fairly subtle in a way you can't even really tell I have glasses on. I guess in a way. And I got I guess the nearsighted and far-sighted ones where I don't have to switch back and forth all the time. Progressive. I think they're called progressive lenses. So, oh, and this actually has the blue tint too, Stormy. So I did actually add the blue tint as well. So the light that's shining in my eye that makes me blink a lot. So I know people are like, "Why you blink so much?" It's that light. So maybe the glasses will deter that and not not make me blink so much. All right. Yep. Yep. It expired. Look at that. They went ahead and let that tornado warning expire early, actually. So, I mean, we're pretty much down to, we've got one, besides the flash flood warnings, we've got one severe thunderstorm warning, currently that has, that was at 5 o'clock. This is a severe thunderstorm that was located along a line extending from 8 miles southeast of Olive Hill, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Got some wind, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. Some nickel-size hail. But this is the only active warning we got out right now. Yeah, for the most part, this line has really calmed down in a big way. At least the next week or so and a half look rather quiet before the severe weather comes back. Yeah, that's what I was seeing. Next week is quiet, and then we got that troughs set up in early April off the west again, kind of the same type setup. Hey, Pal's my favorite, especially because he's a family friendly, rare to find these days. Hey, awesome. Yeah, I know my wife has to work on a computer all day too, and she's had glasses, but she tends to wear the progressive and the blue tint too, and that seems to definitely help. So she doesn't really have that too many issues. So I'm just at that point now. My older son wears glasses, but my younger son doesn't, and I've never wore any contacts or glasses in my life until recently. I was just starting to notice I don't see as good as I used to. Okay, so I'm just looking at the updated reports now. They've actually dropped it down to 15. So they've actually consolidated some of those reports. It was the same basically the tornado. So we're at 15 reports today, and we're at 27 yesterday. And every one of them was in Mississippi. And right now there's no watches or warnings, and I'm actually seeing some on my feed from the oh, I think that just popped up. All right, so this is a brand new tornado warning at 5:07. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northwest of Clara, or 5 miles west of Waynesboro, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we're talking about west central Choctaw and northeastern Wayne County and southeastern Mississippi. This is another radar indicated tornado. We're talking about a damaging storm possibly near the Waynesboro area around 5:15 time frame. Is there another one? Yeah, so these two tornado warnings are essentially on top of each other. Here's another, this is the other tornado warning at 5:08 that just got issued. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 7 miles northeast of Snell or 13 miles south of Cuba, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So this would be northwestern Choctaw County and southwestern Alabama, racing off to the north at 40 miles an hour. I've studied severe weather stuff ever since I was 8 years old. Severe weather is my passion in general. I hope to have a storm chaser one day to keep everyone safe for storms. Cool. So, how old are you now, weather to go? Yeah, because I started loving the weather when I was 8. When Hurricane Alicia went over my house, that's what started my passion for the weather back when I was a kid, 8 years old. And you see that a lot. That people 21, cool, almost 22. Yeah, you see that a lot with enthusiasts, meteorologists. You always hear their stories, and it's always one of those. I started as a kid. I liked it as a kid, and have I ever thought about storm chasing? It's something I did many years ago, a long time ago. So I just feel like I'm kind of past that stage of my life at 47 years old, married, 2 kids. I'd rather be here forecasting than, you know, hey, back in my 20s, yeah, I was doing all kinds of stuff like that, that, but, I'm 47 years old now. So I'm just at a different stage of my life. uh, yeah. So these two supercells are essentially stacked on top of each other, moving, lifting off into the northeast really pretty quickly. These are two cells that just kind of popped up recently in the last couple of minutes that has got a radar indicated tornado with them. Mm, we're trying to see the storm out of Waynesboro lifting up into the northeast. Midwestern states love all the changes in the weather that the Midwest offers. Mm. Trying to see if I see anything out of that circulation here. Yeah, there's your cone lifting off into the north. Oh, all the time. Yeah, we see those clouds all the time here in Texas after a big rainstorm. Yeah, usually they end up on the backside of the storm. But yeah, those are my one of my favorite clouds for sure. All right, so this continues to lift off to the northeast with these stacked tornado warnings associated with them. Oh, my dog's snoring behind me. So I was like, what is that sound? But yeah, I mean, you can see on the backside of the storm. I mean, you got the severe side on the front side, but the backside is just a very, you got all this torrential rain. And there's got to be some ongoing flooding happening in these areas with such a heavy amount of rain that's been, raining over the same areas for a long time. Hey, I began my fear of storms when I was about 8, and baseball sized hail was pounding through my bedroom window. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's scary when you got some baseball sized hail. I know my wife was trying to warn her. She was driving home one day, and I was like, "Where are you at?" And she's like, "I'm on 70." I was like, "Exit now." And the next thing I know was like we had some of those baseball sized hail. She was seeing the windows smashed out in front of her, and she was like a sitting duck on the freeway. And all I could hear was like Armageddon, hitting the car. And she finally made it to the parking garage, but the car was pretty much destroyed by then. So she came home, and that thing looked like a. I mean, just like basically looked like Reed Timmer's car, right? I mean, it was just all beat up, and it was just one of those storms that took a pounding for that baseball sized hail, and she was on the freeway and just had nowhere to go. Yeah, that hailstone weighed about 2 pounds. Yeah, the biggest hail that I've ever seen at my house was, yeah, probably that baseball size. We've had grapefruit nearby, but not particularly at my house that I've physically seen. Maybe about a mile and a half from me, they had some grapefruit size hail, but baseball did plenty of damage. Oh, cool. Um, I've had to replace a couple roofs because of it, but I guess that comes with the territory living in Texas. All right, right, so we got looks like a fairly newer severe thunderstorm warning further south here from this new cell that's entering, that's producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds, just some nickel-sized hail as this is racing up from the south to the north. Hmm. Have ever been through a derecho? Those are almost better than being through a landfalling hurricane. Yeah, I mean, there was one about 5 years ago that it was close. I can't say I experienced it, and I wouldn't even say that was classified as a derecho, but there were some straight line winds that had some. I think it clocked about 100 and 110 miles an hour that ran through Richardson, major populated city. And so, no, I mean, to classify for derecho, it's got to be 240 miles. This wasn't probably anywhere near that, but it had the same dynamics as a derecho, as just those straight line winds. But those winds were 100 to 110 miles an hour. I would say I've experienced some 90-mile-per-hour wind gust at my house at my location, and yeah, that definitely looked like a hurricane was coming through. Yeah, grapefruit size hail. Yeah, that's the type of hail that can come through your roof. Which they had that in Wiley. There was that storm in Wiley, 2016, I think it was April 12th, 2016, if I recall. That had about 5 and a quarter inch hail, and that hail was going through people's roofs. I mean, it looked like a war zone hit that area. There was 80% of the homes in Wiley, Texas at the time that had sustained damage of some kind. You know, some people had to wait 8 or 9 months to get their houses back in order. Some had their roofs torn apart. I mean, obviously, it was so overwhelming. They had to put the tarps on for months. It's just a bad situation when you run into something like that. You basically have to move out of your house and go live somewhere else while they're working on it. But yeah, it basically tore up everything in its path. Yeah, Iowa. Yeah, Iowa got hit twice with those derechos. Had that one big event that eclipsed, that was clocked almost at 140 miles an hour right at the peak. And then of course they had that Iowa event back in October or November when it had that derecho event that went through pretty much every county in the state of Iowa besides two had a tornado warning that day. I mean, they were coming in so fast and furious. I couldn't keep up. Like there were 6 tornado warnings that got issued. And as soon as I started reading them all, there were four of them that already dropped off because they were they were moving like 80, 90. Even one tornado was clocked at 110 miles an hour, like on the ground, 110 miles an hour. And they basically were moving so fast, they just kind of outran themselves. And they weakened just because they were so moving so fast. Yeah. In Iowa State nicknamed the Cyclones. Yeah, that's where they got it from. All right. Yeah, I'm just going through my feed. Like I'm seeing a lot of like lowering of wall clouds. I'm seeing a lot of uh, like near touchdowns, circulations. Looks like I got there's some tree damage around the Mississippi State campus. Some of the trees that fell down and crushed some of the cars underneath. I was on the road one day in town and a gustnado passed it. It was intense and scary. My leg was shaking. Yeah, the severe threat is slowly decreasing in intensity across Mississippi and Alabama, but still non-zero risk for isolated tornadoes through the evening hours. I mean, that's what it basically I'm seeing. I mean, things are really kind of winding down for say, and I think the moderate and enhanced type stuff is over, or or we're past that. We're getting past that stage. This is transitioning to more of an isolated tornado threat, damaging wind threat, very heavy rain threat, flash flood threat on the backside. There was that one bow echo at the peak of the storm that probably had some of those 80, 90 mile per hour winds with it associated. And then that had several tornado warnings associated with it. I think that was the peak, and it lasted about an hour or so. I think that during that time, that was when we had the most significant damage. But really, since then, once that kind of arced off into the northeast, and then everything tried to fill in on the backside, everything just started filling in. We saw less gaps in the rain shield, and really tamed the inflow of the storm. Mm. All right. All right, guys. So so this activity, it's just going to continue to moving off to the further east as we get through the evening hours. Um, this tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock this evening. For the most part, from what I'm seeing, is a lot of the severe threat is somewhat winding down, and it doesn't look as nasty as it was earlier. And I think you're going to still see some isolated tornadoes within this embedded line, but it doesn't appear. I think we have escaped at least the worst of it. So I'm gonna probably sign off for the evening. I know we've been at it 8 hours now. All right, guys. Well, yeah, it's been fun. I'd like to do this again. Keep doing more of these live streams like this, especially during bigger events, days like these. So we'll see the data. I'll run some of the data initialations and see if I'm going to come on live tomorrow, or if I just do an update for on tomorrow's weather. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging in with me. We'll be live again soon with all of these when it gets active again. But yeah, definitely stay tuned to my daily videos on an updated basis. Appreciate all the support. Thanks for all the donations out there. Thanks for all the new subscribers, the likes, the shares. All that helps passing out the word and getting the feed out. So I appreciate all of you. All right, y'all be safe. Y'all have a good evening. Thanks for all your help. All right, good night.